watermelon, muskmelon, anything, we can grow there. And also we are very strong in chilies. We are #1 in the country. We are very strong in coconut, coke, and also cashew. All crops we are growing. And also we are very strong in livestock. That is also very interesting. Livestock we are growing. One is fisheries, we are #1. Non-vegetarian stores where you are having, I can supply you fresh fish, fresh marine products. And also meat we are very strong. Poultry we are very strong. Dairy we are very strong. I have taken up agriculture is one sector. Apart from agriculture, if you see, trends are changing. Around 50,000 crores this year, GSTP contribution from agriculture. 42,000 crores or 44,000 crores, GSTP contribution from horticulture. And also fisheries, 35,000 crores. My fisheries, aqua, marine products, within a period of time, 5-7 years, maximum 8-9 years, it will reach 2 lakh crores. That is the potential we are having. That is the biggest advantage here. And also dairy, we are growing at the rate of 25%. Even these are all the various areas I am going. So we are having strong women force. You can use them two ways. One is they will produce products at home. If you can give some training, we are working with Walmart. Already they are working with us. Then you can take that product and then you can market through your stores. Second one, you can give your products, they can market in the villages. Really, they will work as online transactions, they can take it up. So this is one area I wanted to request all of you. And also you can give some skill development also. It will go a long way. In an organized way, how we are doing, you have to give skill development. This is one corporation we are creating, skill development corporation. Then you can take people or they can go to some other companies also. There also I am requesting your assistance. Other areas you have to guide me, where you are capable to create employment and also to upgrade skills. I am very strong. I am very clear in that. Skill, capacity. These are all the two important issues. If you give skills, good skills, and you build capacity, then they do. Now technology is available, real time, online. You can motivate, you can bring accountability, and also you can educate people. These are all the things are happening. So technology, we are very strong. Even if you can assess 100,000 tabs I have given to the lowest officers. That means those who are working in the field. Any grievance, any problem, they can update. Then afterwards we will analyze. Real time I want to give solution. It may be ration card, it may be revenue dispute, it may be house site, it may be pension, anything. Eligible persons we are analyzing, we are giving everything on real time. So this is where I need your cooperation for creating employment and also building the wealth, both value addition. We need your cooperation. Today, I am very happy. All 4 companies, around 1,500 crores MOUs they are doing. One is Walmart, Future Group, and Spencer Retail, Arvind Lifestyle, they are doing. And also around 25,000 jobs they are going to create in this sector. So I am thanking all of you. There is a very good experience. So in future, we will work together. Even I have some idea about retail also. Even in the initial stage, retail, you had some problems. Now slowly it is stabilizing. Walmart also had some problem in India because everybody retail, they are feeling that pinch, but future is for retail, I don't have any doubt. So all of you, I wish all the best. We will work together. My government is totally in commitment to help you. We will do our best for everything. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank you, sir, for your words, and I hope the industry and the government will continue to work together under your guidance. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Thanks to all the audience for attending this session. Thank you so much. Immediately after this session, we'll have the breakout session on innovation in food processing sector. So those of you who wish to attend may please stay back. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And the session on the retail policy is over. May I request all the entrepreneurs related to retail policy, go to the dining hall and have your lunch. The food processing policy and the MOUs, the signatories to the food processing policy related projects, please stay back. Honorable Chief Minister will come back here in 10 minutes and we'll have the session on food processing. The CM will come back here in 10 minutes. Entrepreneurs related to the food processing projects, please stay back. CM will join us in 10 minutes. Yeah, may I request Mr. S.P. Tucker, the Special Chief Secretary, to join, to come on to the dais. Sir, you are here. Mr. P. Krishnaya, the Executive Chairman of the APIIC. Kindly come on to the dais. Please occupy your seat on the dais. So we are not going to have speakers, but you keep the name plates. It
is here only. No, but CM will not give time again.
Mr. Suresh Raidu Chitturi. Oh, no problem, he'll join. So, Mr. Elias Seth, Secretary General, All India Seafood Exporters Association, please join for the discussion and for the meeting on the dais.
norms or civil aviation norms, all those things into the building bylaw, and the Ministry of Urban Development also has prepared a model building bylaw. So this will perhaps go a long way in improving governance and also bringing the single window approval system. Now, very briefly I will tell you, we are looking at how we can achieve it, how intelligently we can look or how integrated we can look at achieving this. We are looking at policy framework through certain policies. Many of the state governments have come up with the affordable housing policy, including Andhra Pradesh. And if you will see, you will see the performance in housing for also. Wherever there is any clarity about the affordable housing policy, it helps them in moving in the mission also and in taking up projects. So then second thing is how you can bring more investment. That's perhaps something which is very relevant in this gathering. So here we are looking at, we are trying to see that affordable housing gets infrastructure status, and then external commercial borrowing, easing out the norms for FDI, all those things are there as another thing. Streamlining of governance improvement is another, and then capacity building and innovative technology. Some of these innovative technology I will be able to tell, and then perhaps my other co-panelists will also talk more about the technology and what are the other smart technological solutions in this. Now we launched this program, this mission was launched, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Housing for All Urban was launched last year in the last week of June, and then we are estimating 20 million shortage. However, we have also requested states to take up the demand survey and actually arrive at what exactly is the shortage. And then many states have started doing it, and then we are getting different numbers. Another very important thing which happened is we made the income limit more pragmatic and more realistic, trying to curtail, like earlier the limit used to be, the annual income limit used to be 1 lakh or 1.5 lakhs. And then many people used to just try to get that certificate, even if their income is higher than that. So now the new income limits have been given. We have also made this whole program very flexible, and then we have tried to give lot more say to the states. In fact, you will see the project approval actually happens at the state level, and Government of India is basically committing its share for the project, but the design of the project, preparation of the project, the strategy for the project, and even approval of the detailed project report is happening at the state level. Earlier, our ministry and Urban Development Ministry, we used to have DPR's approval at the level of Government of India, which used to delay the whole process. And if you look at the JNURM thing, we have, in almost 10 years, we have got a figure of 10 lakhs houses. So that's the kind of thing, lessons we learned and we try to reduce. Similarly, about the size of the houses, we have prescribed some size, but any state is going for bigger size. We will still give our contribution, so that kind of flexibility also has been done. And then the last one is very important. There are a number of options, and if urban manager, a city planner, or the local authority can decide what suits them best, and then there is no restriction that you have to only do that. So if you look at this, there are basically 4 options which we have put, and then we will see those options in the next slide in a much more clear way. And as I already told you, in just last 4 months, 4 or 5 months, we have already been in a position to reach a number of 4 lakhs houses sanctioned. So that shows by delegating, by allowing states to innovate and then take responsibility, we can really move very fast. Now this is the thing. Another very big difference in the housing which has happened as strategically, many programs earlier we were concentrating only upon the slums. Now what happens, some of the slums cannot be regularized. Some of the slums are not tenable. So only those slum people who used to be in the slums which were tenable, we were in a position to give them rehabilitation or give them houses. If you look at this, the first column and then the third column, they are very much oriented towards private participation. The slum redevelopment in situ, using land as a resource with private participation. And here we are looking at states and the local authorities to incentivize, to make it viable by having a provision of extra FSI, FAR, etc. And then the Government of India share is 1 lakh rupees per house. I will take up third and fourth first. Then affordable housing in partnership. This is where the PPP projects can come up. There can be a private sector also who can be participate, who can be partner. There can be public sector who can be partner. And here we are restricting the central assistance to 1.5 lakhs per house. Now the restriction is 35% of the houses should be for EWS category. The rest of the houses the developer can make for other income group and then make money, but the government will like that 35% of the houses must go to EWS, and then there are different models how it can be done. Similarly, there are many people who will be in slum. They may not be fitting into slum redevelopment because maybe some of the slums may not be tenable. They may have to be shifted. So sometimes they can be shifted into this affordable housing in partnership and the projects can come. Suppose they cannot have such a large number and they cannot come as a project, so they can also get into the beneficiary-led housing. See, if you look at how housing has taken place, most of us construct our own house. Even in different economic group or income level, people like to construct their own house. So we are trying to make that process easier, and then we are trying to give them also support as a kind of separate arm. Then the second one is basically looking at the banking component. I mean, we are trying to give credit link subsidy. So 6.5% is the interest subvention, and that is quite a big substantial number. 6.5% means if the normal interest is 10% or 10.5%, a person has to bear only roughly around 4% interest. And then we are putting this interest subsidy right in the beginning, so that the EMI for the family becomes much less and it becomes affordable. So this is, and if you look at only this banking component, the second arm, which we call credit link subsidy scheme, this is applicable for economically weaker section as well as lower income group. Rest all others are only meant for economically weaker section. So now keeping these various options within the same program, what is actually to be done is a city manager or a municipal commissioner or a state government or the nodal authority has to actually do a demand survey and see the urban poor in which category will be the beneficial for them, where they will be able to really implement it in a much faster way, and then make a housing for all city plan of action, and then come up with that plan of action and get these kind of support. Now I think we will not get into the details of each one of these things, except perhaps one thing which you can keep in mind. In the slum redevelopment, the private builder, private party will have two components, and there will be a free sale component. Free sale component will be linked with the slum redevelopment component. Like once you achieve certain progress and complete it, then you can get into the free sale component. So that's something which is there. Now this affordable housing in partnership also, if you look at it, there is a question of sale price. That's again something which is debatable, and then there can be some issues. But the idea is, let's invite, many states have gone by different models, and transparently you have to call for the proposals, call for the bids, and then evaluate them, and then do it. Now another interesting thing, when we have gone for this beneficiary-led individual house construction, because they will all be scattered. So it becomes very important for us to monitor the progress and also see that duplication is not there. Because if you keep in mind, one precaution which is to be done is, out of the 4 verticals, any family can get benefit only in one of the verticals. I mean, there cannot be duplication. Same family cannot claim government assistance in different areas. So for this particular thing, beneficiary-led construction especially, we are also going for the geotagging with the help of remote sensing center. We have started, and I am very happy to say that this experiment was earlier done in another housing program in Andhra Pradesh. So taking that particular, we are also studying that experience, and taking that keeping that in mind, we have interacted with ISRO and NSRC, and then we are going for this geotagging, and then very soon perhaps this whole thing will be there, so that you can actually, sitting in a central place, we can monitor the progress, we can see the progress of each and every house, especially for the beneficiary-led construction. Now this is also very important. This will also address lot of issues of ease of doing business. We have also put certain conditions. We have also requested states to look at these conditions. And then if these things are complied with, these things are looked at very seriously by the states, it's not only for the complying with the Government of India condition, rather actually helping the progress of the housing. So it is where we have basically told single window, we talked about it, single window clearance is also one of the conditions. Similarly, we have also put deemed building permission, layout approval, etc. These conditions have also been put into this. And especially Andhra Pradesh has already, given a kind of timeline and time frame also. Many things which you see on this slide have already been done, and a lot of things have moved. And so far, 25 states actually have signed the MOA with given different timelines. And especially in case of Andhra Pradesh, the timeline is committed by the state is up to 2016-17 in most of the conditions. So this is quite a progressive and forward-looking situation. Now, see, the convergence is the key. Convergence is the solution for many of our problems. Convergence at the city level as well as at the topmost level at the central level. So we have also taken up some of the convergence I already talked. So we are also looking at different ministries and then what they can do and then how it can be converged. But the best place to ensure this convergence is the state level, because all the actions lie here, and that too basically at the ULB level. So this convergence, keeping in mind what all is existing, this is something which we have to do. And then capacity building, planning, these are the issues, these are the core areas which are very, very key. Now, technology submission. As a part of this overall Housing for All mission, we have also launched a specific technology submission, because if you look at 2022 Housing for All, and if you look at the 2 crore houses or 20 million houses, it's a large number. We have to very smartly do with our processing. Our way of processing files, our way of processing projects, monitoring projects and handling projects. So you have to have a lot of capacity, and you also have to use latest technology in that. Because what is required is quick construction technology. We have to construct very fast. Otherwise, how will you achieve this target? 2022, even otherwise, the Sustainable Development Goal tells you to achieve all this by 2030. That is the commitment given by the country. So we have actually formed this technology submission, and the government of Andhra Pradesh is also a member of this executive committee or the governing committee of this technology submission. Love attends this meeting, and I am also very happy to see that this is a state which is very progressively going ahead with MOUs with various universities, national and international organizations to really experiment with the modern technology. One rider here, of course, will have to be there, because acceptance of this new technology, prefab technology. So that's again, that is to be kept in mind, and unless we communicate to the people, the beneficiaries, we may come up with the technology, but people may not accept. So that has to be kept in mind along with the technical component. And we will be very happy, and many of these conferences we have done with the industry. Because technology, actually growth of this modern technology or fast construction technology, safe technology also happens with the industry. So along with IITs and NITs and technical institutions, we have to also look at this. And another thing which is often forgotten is design and planning. Because we perhaps get too much into the engineering aspects and we neglect design and planning. So the technology submission also covers the design and planning aspect, so that's where you can perhaps look at how to plan layout, proper layout, green buildings and all those things. Now just to give you the picture where we stand as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, I told you we have national level, we have got more than 4 lakhs houses sanctioned so far. We have started this process from November, because the mission was launched by June end. July, the guidelines were framed and distributed. We had number of workshops and all that. So within a very short period of time, we have got more than 4 lakhs houses, and around 2 lakhs houses proposals are also with us, which we will be able to take in next month or so. And if you look at the figure for Andhra Pradesh, it's almost touching 2 lakhs, 1,93,000. So this is where the momentum has come. This is where the momentum has also been provided to the national mission by the state. And then another thing which I will like you to note, see, the project cost is 10,000 crore. So where from this money will come? So that is something which is a big question.
Exported by us this year, and it was a big establishment and achievement by us, and we've been sending canoes to Russia and to Ukraine and to other parts. So likewise, we would want to do it with sweet lime and chilies as well, which have very good global demand. Thank you.
Sir, good morning, sir. DT Raju, sir, Vijayanagar Nutraceutical, sir. We are setting up a integrated coconut processing plant at Srikakulam district, sir. With the 2 lakh nuts crushing, sir. I thank you very much, sir. The single desk where we have applied, all the permissions I have received within 21 days, sir, as stipulated, sir. Thank you. And secondly, sir, we are going for, our project is going to be launched during Dasara next season. We are commencing our commercial production, sir. We request you to be your gracious presence on that. And we need some minor helps for like infrastructure facilities, sir, to boost up our, to complete the project as early as possible, sir.
I request Honorable Chief Minister and also the Chief Mentor to all the administrators to kindly address the gathering today.
Respected Tucker, Sri Krishna Garu, Manmohan Singh, Suresh Chituri, Elias Saiz, Pankaj Garg, and friends and investors from agro processing and media. I am very happy. For agro processing, there is a lot of enthusiasm and also demand. Really appreciate for all of you. This is one sector we have missed totally. Farming, more than 60% of people are depending on agriculture and allied. And at the same time, due to lack of value addition, farmers are losing heavily. If we add value addition, automatically they will get better remunerative price. And also sometimes wastages in this sector are very huge. If you take vegetables, fruits, even not even 40-50%, sometimes 20-30% are reaching to the consumer. 80% in between operations, they are wasting. This is the biggest national waste also. Our government is very clear. We want to go in a big way, agro processing. Andhra Pradesh is very suitable for all crops. In Rayalaseema, it is totally horticulture hub. And also you can grow any fruit there. There was a shortage of water problem. Now we are giving water also through rainwater harnessing and also through linking of rivers and constructing all canals, everything we are working in the direction. Now there is a lot of scope. I am telling you, I can give you any amount of product which all you need. And also qualitative product I can give you. Only the problem, you have to come for backward forward integration. This is very important. Post harvesting to consumer. How to work it out. That is very important. Even today in aqua marine products, we are not processing, we are sending semi-processed, sometimes raw. To other countries, they are processing, they are sending the same fish or aqua to some other countries, even Japan and other countries, they are doing that. I wanted to go total value addition. Not only horticulture. As you rightly mentioned, marine products, we are #1. Not only for India. Andhra Pradesh will be the best hub for marine products in the near future. It will be #1 in the world. That is how we are planning. I don't have any doubt it is going to happen. For that, we are all in India. Still, we don't have technologies. Still, we don't have policies. There are some problems. Now I am very clear, even our Special Chief Secretary Manmohan Singh, they are working. If you can bring all the best practices, I can create one of the best policy I am prepared to spend money. I am prepared to set up regulatory commission, and also I want to bring best equipment, best innovations available all over the world, and we can integrate, and then we can do wonders. First time in India we are working aquaculture university also in Bhimavaram, that is in advanced stage. There I want to demonstrate everything possible. Even if you can guide us, even some of the countries, Japan or Australia or some other countries where they are very strong in aqua, all these things we can bring and we can work together. Ultimately, as you rightly mentioned, it is one sector where it is going very predominantly. Even today what we are producing, we can multiply 10 times, 20 times within 5-10 years time. That is how it is going to happen. Again, other sectors we are having clarity. Agriculture sector, huge, generally in farming, around 60% of population are depending on agriculture and also allied. And at the same time, if you see agriculture, most of the land under agriculture, 1/3 of land on horticulture. Agriculture and horticulture contribution to GSDP and employment more or less same. As a matter of fact, horticulture is creating more employment also sometimes. And also if you see livestock, both agriculture and horticulture put together, it is more from livestock side, either fisheries, dairy, meat, poultry. But most of the time we are not concentrating all these things. Sometimes in the village, those who don't have land, they are going for livestock. Poor people, and also that is the main livelihood. That is how they are going. This is where I am very keen. I want to utilize all these things for inclusive growth rate. If I do industrialization, I will be very happy. We may get some money, revenue also for government, some employment. If I develop agriculture and livestock, it will be inclusive growth rate. This money will go for 60% of population, whereas industry money will go only for 10%, those who are employees or who are all the owners or stakeholders, they will get money. So my focus is very clear. I want to go for inclusive growth rate. I want to concentrate, apart from, anyway I am concentrating on industry, services, that is one way. Agriculture more focus. And at the same time, agriculture also demand based and also remunerative. If I go blindly where I am not getting profit, then it will be a big problem for sustainability. So we need some food grains. Now everybody is eating rice. Now food habits have been changed. If you eat more rice, more diabetic. If you eat more fat, naturally more heart operations. If you eat fish, that is the best way, protein. But people are not knowing all these things. They are thinking fish is a very costly, all these things. Even chicken, today compared to meat, meat is fat again. Chicken is, there is no, protein is more. And also very cost effective also. This is where things are happening, more nutritious food and also more cost effective. We have to educate people continuously. In this, if you see, fish we are very strong, number 1 position. Egg and poultry we are number 1 position. And also 4th position in meat. Milk also we are in 6th place. I am confident milk also very soon will come either 2nd or 3rd place. Even in meat also we are focusing, we will be 1st place. That is how we are working. Now here some people are there, they are having best exposure all over the world. I am requesting you, you bring technologies in agro-processing. We will work with you. There is aqua, there are technologies available. Even cold chain link also we have to go for some of the agro processing units. Even fish, aqua, we need cold chain link. Even meat, we need cold chain link. Even poultry, we need all these things. So we will work it out. In fruits, we need a cold chain link. Sometimes, if you keep this product for 2 months, 3 months, then naturally we'll get better price. In one of my area, we are very strong on tomato. Sometimes they are selling for 10 paisa per kg. There is no processing. There is a sauce, tomato sauce, everybody is consuming. Why it is happening, we don't know. Sometimes onions, it is very high demand. Sometimes they are throwing only half rupee like that. So we want to balance all these things. With your guidance, we will do that. Today I am very happy. Total MOU is signed 66. Total investment 5,992 crores. Employment is going to be generated 78,650. MOUs outside AP 23, MOUs within AP 42. It is a very healthy trend. Even mixing also is very good. I am very happy for that. Again I am requesting you, what all you are having information or technologies, if it is sound technology at for international standards or best technology, doesn't matter. Or otherwise, world has become a global village because of IT. Now you network people. All over the world, people are searching for India for all development, even agro processing. Second angle, if you see, they need some partners, local partner. If you can associate with them, automatically they will come back. Again, you have to maintain credibility. This is very, very important. I am telling you from the beginning, for Indian entrepreneurs, from Andhra entrepreneurs, you have to maintain credibility. Don't go for short-term gains so that you will lose permanently in future. Be clear what you are doing. Do ethical business. But our government is very clear, totally committed for doing everything positively. Uniform policy will bring, and also single window will create. We are already created. Any clearance within 21 days will do. Any sector is having any problem, government is here to give helping hand also. That also will give. And also for every sector, we will have sub-sector, we will have some escort officers. They will be in touch with you. They will nurture completely. But one thing I am telling you, in agro processing, for growth, sky is the limit. Only imagination. After imagination, you have to put it on process, do systematic work, get best technologies, and execute it. There is no end for this. Why I am saying, anything we can postpone, but not food. Number one. Number two, nowadays people are passionate to have branded items. Originally, they used to drink milk at home. Even today, what is happening, for coffee also, they are converting, and also for curds, nobody is going for conversion of curds now. Branded item they are going. So, food habits are changing, quick decisions are coming. They need now ready-made food, and also semi-cooked, all these things. Now even urban areas, now curry center is coming. So people are working somewhere. Afternoon or evening they will come home. They will cook only rice. They will purchase curries outside. So it is a win-win situation again. Only 5 minutes work, they are happy. So trends are changing, tastes are changing, habits are changing. So how to encash all these things, it is with you. So this is where we are now. I am very happy, very good crowd, and also this is a excellent momentum, pleasant momentum, all these things. I wish all the best for all of you. I expect so much from agro processing industrialists. Thank you, one and all.
Only one. May I request Britannia representative to come on to dais to exchange the MOU. Because of the paucity of time, we are not able to invite all the companies. Only one, sir. Okay, only one. The Britannia, please come fast. And
Sir, they are investing 150 crores in Kuppam constituency, sir, Kuppam area. Britannia company senior directors have come.
You can continue the meeting because I am having a concerned industries ministry. She is going to Chennai now. She is waiting for the lunch. Because of that I am going, otherwise I should have spent more time. This is the subject where it is very nearer to my heart. I will extend all the cooperation for you. You continue the business. Thank you, one and all.
thank you, sir. Thank you for your presence and then a very inspiring speech. So, gentlemen, we will continue with our program of exchange of MOUs, and Mr. Prasad will read out the name of the company. If you could come to the dais, we will quickly exchange. And then after that, we will break for lunch. And
Photographers are requested to take snap of each exchange of MOU. We will do it in the presence of the Special Chief Secretary, Mr. Thakkar, and the APIC Chairman, Mr. Krishnaya. It will now commence. SSS Impex, please come on to the dais. Only few seconds for each one. Please come. Secretary, thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, they have come, you please exchange it. CSB Infra, please come. Sir, తొందరగా పూర్తి చేశారు. 65 companies are there. CSB Infra has come. Linde Group. Jain Ultra Mega Food Park. SH Food Processing has gone out. Origo Commodities. Origo. Origo has come. NCC. Camera teams are requested to take snaps of all the MOU exchanges. We request you. Vaishnavi Fillers. SH Food Processing. She is representing Suresh Raidu. NCC, sir, NCC is behind you. NCC. Vaishnavi fillers. Vijayanagara food and nutricals. NCS group. Sudha, pendrive, Elias said pendrive. She is the Trivida infrastructure, elementary infrastructure. Please come. Vijayanagara Nutricals I read out already. If you can stand in the queue, we can do it routinely. So instead of calling.
Actually, we have already taken up with the Ministry of Finance to extend that benefit, because earlier in JNURM we were having that relaxation for affordable housing. Most likely there is no problem, and very soon it will be done also. Some of the other incentives about getting finances, I mentioned very briefly about the FDI. Recently FDI, there has been a lot of relaxation for the construction sector, and similarly the external commercial borrowing etc. also are being relaxed. At the state level, actually, what you said, stamp duty and all that, I know this is also a source of revenue for the state, but we have also been advocating through the affordable housing policy. If you look at the model affordable housing policy which we have shared with the states, we have made certain suggestions on this line, so perhaps that will be picked up. Especially about rental housing, there has been a lot of discussion about the hostels, because you cannot treat them at same par with the hotels, so they have to get little more consideration from the states, so that at the, especially students and all that who are in the hostel, so that sector can also pick up. It's a very big issue. I mean, infrastructure status will also bring a lot of money and relaxation if it comes through. So we understand the need of the sector, and we also take it up with the Ministry of Finance, but it's an overall economic decision which has to be taken. Thank you.
Sir, as Dr. Sharma, as part of the smart cities, we saw JNRUM2, we saw Amrit. Is there some way you think we can do a carrot and stick to states to implement some of these, between housing and urban development policies, where we can give the cities and states some financial benefit for them for implementing some of the policy reforms? And secondly, is there a role where industry and CII can play as part of partnering with you on any of this?
See, smart cities is not business as usual, in the sense that in the proposal which the cities have submitted, they have to be ready for this. If your municipal council is not willing to do this, you don't get score. And Government of India doesn't want you to become smart. It should come from you. If you are willing to do it, well and good. In Maharashtra, there were several cities where the council passed a resolution against it. So they don't become smart. See, you have to be ready. It's very clear. So if you think you are willing to do these reforms and you will get a higher score, then you can access a lot of funds. In fact, what the Government of India and the state government are giving is hardly 10% of the funds actually available in the market. And from what I see, the enthusiasm and the keenness to become a smart city is so intense. In fact, in Odisha, the lawyers of Cuttack went to High Court and they said that the scoring was not correct. How could Rourkela become a prospective smart city as compared to Cuttack? In Shimla, Dharamshala was the prospective smart city. The deputy mayor of Shimla went to the High Court, and the High Court struck down that competition done by the state. The first stage of the competition done by the state, and the second is done by the Government of India. So Indore, same in Indore in Madhya Pradesh. So I would look at it, it is not business as usual, it is different. Even what they are planning to do is different. They are going to pick up areas and develop it fully. they are going to apply smart solutions to existing technologies and infrastructure. It is not a technology mission. In fact, of 100 marks, only 15 marks is for smart solutions. 55 marks are for area-based development, which means developing areas. And the cities have proposed areas somewhere from 800 to 1500 acres, which they will replicate throughout the city in due course of time.
Thank you. With this, I'd like to thank all the panelists for spending time and getting us aware of what interesting things are happening around this industry. And thank you all, and please carry on for lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reja, for chairing this session, and what an invigorating session it has been, ladies and gentlemen. We now break for lunch. May I please invite you all for networking lunch being hosted by CII. Our next session, which is the session on Make in India, Drafting India's Global Manufacturing Strategy, starts at 3 p.m. sharp. May we request you to please reassemble in this hall by 2:45 p.m., where our 6th plenary session shall begin thereafter. We hope you enjoy your lunch break. I hope to see you back at 2:45 for our next session. Thank you.
The biggest aqua group in the country and in the feed sector. Sir, Manmohan garu ravali center lo ee photo ki. Sir, Chakkar garu.
Sir. Sir.
They want one photo of the biggest Avanti feed, Avanti aqua. They want you in the middle. The biggest aqua groups are in the country. Sir. Neckanti Seafood, sir, it is another big company in the country, the aqua group, Neckanti. Benwar Products, this is also another aqua group from Kerala. Acme Fruits, sir, is it? Sri Varsha Foods. They have got one engaged food park and also an expansion. Two. This is for another MOU, expansion unit, existing. Amravati Multi Foods is a mega food park in Krishna district. Next. Southern Group. Spice Exim Corporation. Yes, Spice Park, yes, Guntur. NBHC, sir. We met them in Delhi. Bombay. Next name. KK Foods. Natural Foods. Srikara Foods. Farm Fresh. Western Farm Fresh. Yes. Greenhouse Agro. Greenhouse Agro. Santosh Kumar Reddy. Next. Leon. Leon Fruits. It is under control. Cargill. Lalita Traders. Lalita Enterprises. Healthy Farms, Wazir Gar. Vijayawada, Vijayawada. High Foods. BM Bakery Products. Sri Sannidhi Foods. Nova Impex. I hope the list is exhausted. I think the last person is coming. If you have a few more are there, please come. Vijay Krishna Agro. Genomics. Hello. Sir, Mr. Pankaj Garg from Tokyo. Next. LRC meet. Ahara Group. Come. Green Cell Biotech. Lunch is arranged behind this hall. All of you are invited for lunch there, behind this hall. We thank each and everyone, all the 65 companies which have entered into MOUs with us. You bore with us for several hours. We are sorry we could not do it in the presence of the Honorable Chief Minister. You know, the session before this exceeded its time. That's why this problem has come up. We apologize for the inconvenience if any caused, and we thank you. We will be writing mails to you from 18th onwards, between 18th to month end. This is the first step of showing your intent to invest in Andhra Pradesh. We will be writing to you what is the next step involved in the process. I thank each and everyone, the photography team, the video team, and the media team, everyone. Thank you very much. I also thank Mr. S.P. Thakkar, Dr. Manmohan Singh, Sri P. Krishnaya Garu for being with us throughout from morning till now. Thank you very much.
We'll have to come in the evening at 6 o'clock. We have no such program. APISC asked us to.
Maybe so, sir. That APIC chairman is here. They were asked to come at 6 p.m.
Check one.
నేను ఇక్కడ మీడియా రూమ్కి వస్తాను, మనవాడు తీసుకొస్తారు, రండి లోపలికి రండి ప్లీజ్. మనవాళ్ళందరూ రమ్మని చెప్పింది. మీ దగ్గరికి ఒక అతను వచ్చాడండి, ఇప్పుడు అతను తీసుకొస్తాడు, మీరు రండి ఓకేనా. మీడియా రూమ్లోకి రండి. దిస్ ఇస్ రూమ్ హాల్ నెంబర్ 2. హాల్ నెంబర్ 2కి రండి, హాల్ నెంబర్ 2కి రండి. యా లోపలికి రండి, లోపలికి ప్లీజ్. ఐటీ సెక్రటరీ 1, ఐటీ సెక్రటరీ 2. యోగా నేను చూసాను, యూజ్ అయిపోతా ఎవరు Check, testing, check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, hello, check, testing. Sound check 1, 2, hello.
ஆல்ரெடி ஒரு மைக் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க அவங்க பேசினாதான் பென்ட்ரைவ் இல்லை சார் இந்த இது இன்னொரு இது
Check 1, 2, 3.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
కూర్చోవచ్చు మనం ఎవరు రారు ఇంకా మనమే.
ఓకే, కొత్తగా ఏర్పడిన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో విశాఖ నగరంలో అత్యంత ప్రతిష్టాత్మకమైన CII పార్ట్నర్షిప్ సమ్మిట్ జరుగుతూ ఉంది. కనీవిని ఎరుగని రీతిలో దేశ విదేశాల్లోని మంచి మంచి పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరూ ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్నారు. దాదాపు 1600 మంది డెలిగేట్స్, 40 దేశాల నుంచి 345 మంది ప్రతినిధులు పాల్గొనడం చాలా సంతోషకర విషయం. ఈ సమ్మిట్లో నిన్న 32 ఒప్పందాలు జరిగాయి. మొత్తం 1,95,457 కోట్లు పెట్టుబడులు వచ్చాయి. పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టడం ముందుకు రావడం జరిగింది. వీటిలో ఇంధనములు 22 ఒప్పందాలు జరిగాయి. 1,40,00,000 పెట్టుబడులు వచ్చాయి. అదేవిధంగా పరిశ్రమల్లో 9 ఒప్పందాలు జరిగాయి. 50,090 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడి వచ్చింది. గనుల్లో ఒప్పందం జరిగింది. 300 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడులు వచ్చాయి. అంటే ఒకే రోజున 32 ఒప్పందాలు ఇంధనంలోనూ పరిశ్రమల్లోనూ గనుల రంగాల్లో జరిగాయి. వాటిలో ముఖ్యంగా వచ్చింది 1,95,000 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడులు రావడం జరిగింది. ఈ రోజున IT రంగంలో ఒప్పందాలు జరగబోతున్నాయి. ఈ IT రంగంలో 55 కంపెనీలు MOU చేస్తున్నాం. 55 కంపెనీస్, బోత్ IT అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ రంగంలో. 3,168 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడులు, 3,168 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడులు, 52,205 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు ఇవ్వబోతాం. సాయంత్రం గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు సమక్షంలో వీటన్నిటికి కూడా MOUలు జరగబోతున్నాయి. అంతేకాకుండా ఈ రక్షణ రంగానికి సంబంధించి NRIలంతా వచ్చి ముందుకు వచ్చారు. ఈ డిఫెన్స్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ సిస్టమ్స్ కానీ, అదేవిధంగా అప్లయన్స్ అండ్ గార్మెంట్స్ కానీ, మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ సిస్టమ్స్ DC to DC కన్వర్టర్స్ కానీ, ఇవి కూడా 192.5 కోట్ల పెట్టుబడి, 17,059 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు ఇవ్వాలని ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. అంటే అవి 55, ఇది 35 ఒప్పందాలు ఈరోజు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి సమక్షంలో ఇవి జరగబోతున్నాయి. ఈ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ సమ్మిట్ ఈవినింగ్ ఇంకా కొన్ని ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కూడా ఒప్పందాలు జరిగే అవకాశం ఉంది. అన్ని కలిపి ఈవినింగ్ తర్వాత మాట్లాడతామని చెప్పి సందర్భం గుర్తు చేస్తూ, వీటిలో ముఖ్యంగా ఒక విషయం, ఈ రోజున చాలా మంది ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ సంబంధించిన విద్యార్థులు ఉన్నత విద్యకై అమెరికా దేశానికి వెళ్తున్నారు. దురదృష్టవశాత్తు ఈ 2 నెలల లోపలే దాదాపు 250 మంది విద్యార్థులను వెనక్కి పంపడం జరిగింది. కారణం ఏమంటే విద్యార్థులు కూడా అక్కడ యూనివర్సిటీ రికగ్నైజ్డా కాదో తెలుసుకోకుండా అక్కడ అఫిలియేషన్ కానీ రికగ్నిషన్ కానీ గుర్తింపు లేని కళాశాల పోవడం వల్ల ఈ విధంగా జరుగుతోందని అమెరికా ఎంబసీ వాళ్ళు చెప్పడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. ముఖ్యంగా ఇక్కడి నుంచి పోయేది నార్త్ వెస్టర్న్ పాలిటెక్నిక్ యూనివర్సిటీ శాన్ ఫ్రాన్సిస్కో కాలిఫోర్నియా, అదేవిధంగా సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీ యూనివర్సిటీ, అక్కడ కూడా విద్యార్థులు చాలామంది పోతున్నారు. ఈ విద్యార్థుల్లో అంటే అమెరికాలో దాదాపు 4,000 యూనివర్సిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 4,000 యూనివర్సిటీలో టైర్ 1 కాలేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, టైర్ 2 కాలేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి, టైర్ 3 కాలేజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. టైర్ 1, టైర్ 2 కాలేజెస్లో చేరిన విద్యార్థులు రికగ్నిషన్ ఉంటుంది, వాళ్ళకి ఏమాత్రం ఇబ్బంది కలగడం లేదు. టైర్ 3 కళాశాలలో చేరుతున్న విద్యార్థులు మాత్రం ఇమిగ్రేషన్ అధికారులు వాళ్ళు గుర్తించి వెనక్కి పంపిస్తున్నారు. కాబట్టి ఈ విద్యార్థులకు సలహాలు సూచనలు ఇచ్చేదానికి మా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో ఒక కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ సెంటర్ ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. ఒక ఆఫీసర్, నోడల్ ఆఫీసర్ను కూడా అపాయింట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. అంటే డూస్ అండ్ డోనాట్స్, అంటే ఏవేవి సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఉండాలి, వాళ్ళ పోయేటప్పుడు ఏ జాగ్రత్త తీసుకోవాలి, అటువంటి సలహాలు ఇచ్చేదానికి ఒక లైజనింగ్ ఆఫీసర్, దట్ ఈస్ నోడల్ ఆఫీసర్ అపాయింట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. ఆ నోడల్ ఆఫీసర్ వచ్చి సుధారాణి, ఈమెకు కొద్దిగా ఎన్ఆర్ అఫైర్స్ మీద కొద్దిగా అనుభవం ఉంది. ఆ ఫోన్ నెంబర్ కూడా 9705906991. ఎన్ఆర్ఐ వెబ్సైట్ కూడా apnrt.comలో కూడా ఇవి ఏ జాగ్రత్తలు పాటించాలో చెప్పడం జరుగుతుంది. చాలామంది విద్యార్థులు టోఫెల్లో కానీ జీమాట్లో కానీ స్కోర్ సరిగా లేకపోతే ఇటువంటి విద్యార్థులకు ఈ టైర్ 3 కళాశాలలో సీట్లు ఇస్తున్నారు. అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత అనేక రకమైన ఇబ్బందులు పడుతున్నారు. నేను తల్లిదండ్రులు విద్యార్థులు కోరుకుంది ఏమంటే యుఎస్ న్యూస్ అండ్ వరల్డ్ రిపోర్ట్ మ్యాగజైన్ అని ఉంటుంది. యుఎస్ న్యూస్ అండ్ వరల్డ్ రిపోర్ట్ మ్యాగజైన్లో ఆ కాలేజీ యొక్క ర్యాంకింగ్ కూడా ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఆ వెబ్సైట్లో పోతే ఏ కాలేజీకి ఏం ర్యాంక్ ఉంది, ఆ ర్యాంకులు బట్టి, అటెండేషన్ బట్టి, రికగ్నిషన్ బట్టి వాళ్ళు నిర్ణయం తీసుకోవాల్సిందిగా విద్యార్థులు కోరుతున్నాం. ఈ విషయం తెలిసిన వెంటనే ఇమీడియట్గా మేము స్పందించాము. ఆ విద్యార్థులతో కూడా మాట్లాడడం జరిగింది. వాళ్ళు ఏ అనుభవాలు ఎదుర్కొన్నారో అవి కూడా మాకు తెలియజెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఇమీడియట్గా శాన్ ఫ్రాన్సిస్కోలోని ఇండియన్ కౌన్సిల్ జనరల్కు అడగడం జరిగింది. ఆయన కూడా ఇక్కడ విద్యార్థులు పడుతున్న ఇబ్బందులు, సమస్యలు, వాటి గురించి కూడా ఆయనకు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. అంతేకాకుండా సెనేటర్స్లో ఉండే ఆఫీస్ స్టాఫ్లో ఉండే వాళ్ళని కూడా, సెనేటర్స్లో మన ఆఫీస్ స్టాఫ్ ఉంది, వాళ్ళు ఇండియన్ కాకస్ సంబంధించిన వ్యక్తులు, వాళ్ళతో కూడా మన విద్యార్థులు పడుతున్న బాధలు చెప్పడమే కాకుండా అక్కడ తానా అధ్యక్షులు, నాటా అధ్యక్షులు ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళని కూడా అప్రోచ్ కమ్మని చెప్పాం. వాళ్ళ నెంబర్లు కూడా అక్కడ విద్యార్థులకు ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అంతేకాకుండా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ వెబ్సైట్లో ఈ మొత్తం డీటెయిల్స్ అన్ని ఏ జాగ్రత్తలు తీసుకోవాలి అంటే మన పోయే విద్యార్థులు సర్టిఫికేట్స్ కరెక్ట్గా తీసుకొని పోవాలి. అంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ కానీ, డేట్ ఆఫ్ బర్త్ కానీ, ఈ క్యాస్ట్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ కానీ మొత్తం డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ మాత్రం ఖచ్చితంగా ఉండాలా. ఎటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఫేక్ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ ఉంటే ఇబ్బంది వచ్చేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. రెండవది వచ్చి వాళ్ళు చూడాల్సి గమనించాల్సిందేమంటే ఆ యూనివర్సిటీకి రెప్యుటేషన్ ఉందా లేదా అది ఒకటి గమనించవలసిన అవసరం ఉంది. టైర్ 3 యూనివర్సిటీ అయితే ఇబ్బంది పడతారు. వెంటనే ఎన్ఆర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ సంప్రదిస్తే మేము వాళ్ళు చెప్పగలము అది జెన్యూనా కాదా, అదేనా వాళ్ళు చూడాలని చెప్పి కోరుకుంటున్నాం. అదేవిధంగా ఏజెన్సీస్ కూడా రిపీటెడ్ ఏజెన్సీ కూడా పోవాలి. ఈ అథెంటికేషన్ రికగ్నిషన్ యూనివర్సిటీ కూడా పోతే, ఏజెన్సీ కూడా పోతే ఇబ్బంది వచ్చేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. అంతేకాకుండా విద్యార్థులు అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత ఈ లాంగ్వేజ్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది, వీళ్ళు చెప్పేది వాళ్ళకి అర్థం కాదు, వాళ్ళు చెప్పేది వీళ్ళకి అర్థం కాదు. ఈ సమాధానం కూడా సరిగా చెప్పకపోయినా కూడా వాళ్ళకి అనుమానం వచ్చి వెనక్కి పంపిస్తున్నారు. బ్యాంకు ఫైనాన్షియల్ డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ కోర్స్కి అంతా బ్యాంక్ గ్యారంటీ తీసుకొని పోసిన అవసరం ఉంది, లేకపోతే ఇబ్బంది వచ్చేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంది. అదేవిధంగా అడాక్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ అగ్రిమెంట్స్ కానీ ఫేక్ సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకొని పోతే కొద్ది ఇబ్బంది వచ్చేందుకు అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఎవరైతే విద్యార్థులు విదేశాలకు పోవాలనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళు తప్పనిసరిగా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ సంప్రదించాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాం. అంతేకాకుండా చాలా రోజులుగా ఈ గల్ఫ్ కంట్రీస్ కువైట్ కానీ, దుబాయ్ కానీ, యునైటెడ్ అరబ్ ఎమిరేట్స్ కానీ, ఇతర గల్ఫ్ కంట్రీస్ కూడా ఇక్కడ వివిధ వృత్తుల వాళ్ళు ఈ ఏజెన్సీలు ప్రలోభ పెడుతున్నారు. నువ్వు అక్కడ పోతే జీతాలు బాగా వస్తాయి, మీ జీవితం బాగుపడుతుంది అని లేనిపోయిన ఆశలు, భ్రమలు కల్పించి ఫేక్ వీసాలతో కానీ, విజిటర్ వీసాతో కానీ ఆ దేశాలకు తీసుకుని పోతున్నారు. అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత వీళ్ళ దగ్గర ఐడి ప్రూఫ్స్ కానీ, పాస్పోర్ట్స్ కానీ, వీసాలు కానీ వాళ్ళు తీసుకొని ఒక పెద్ద కంటైనర్లో పెట్టి వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన విధంగా జీతాలు ఇవ్వరు, 1/10 కూడా జీతాలు ఇవ్వరు. అదేవిధంగా 8 గంటలు కాకుండా 12 గంటలు, 16 గంటలు కూడా ఆ కంటైనర్లో పెట్టి ఖైదీల మధ్య నానా చిత్రహింసలు పెట్టి వాళ్ళతో పనిచేస్తున్నారు. అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత వాళ్ళు మన మీడియాకి చెప్పడము లేదా కొంతమంది వాళ్ళ బంధువులు చెప్పడం వల్ల ఈ విషయాలని బయటకు వచ్చాయి. ఇమీడియట్గా విదేశాంగ శాఖతో సంప్రదించాము. ఈ గల్ఫ్ కంట్రీస్లో వాళ్ళు పడుతున్న బాధల్ని చూసి సపరేట్ ఎంబసీలోనే ఒక కార్యాలయం ఓపెన్ చేసి ఒక అధికారిని ఎవరైతే మైగ్రేట్ అయినారో వాళ్ళ కష్టాలు, నష్టాలు, బాధలు, సమస్యలు తెలుసుకునేదానికి ఇండియన్ ఎంబసీలో ఖచ్చితంగా ఒక అధికారిని పెట్టాలని చెప్పి కోరడం జరిగింది. అంతేకాకుండా అక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఈ మధ్యకాలం దాడులు కూడా చేస్తున్నారు. వాళ్ళ దగ్గర పాస్పోర్ట్ లేకపోయినా, ఒక వృత్తిలో వచ్చి ఇంకో వృత్తిలో ఇరుక్కున్నా, లేకపోతే ఆ ఏజెన్సీగా అక్కడ వేరే చోటు పనిచేసినా కూడా అటువంటి వాళ్ళు అరెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు, వాళ్ళు ఇబ్బంది ఇస్తున్నారు. అక్కడి నుంచి అథెంటికేషన్ అడిగినప్పుడు లేకుంటే కలెక్టర్స్ కానీ, కమిషనర్ ఆఫ్ పోలీసులు కానీ 3 నాణేలు పెట్టి వాళ్ళు ఇబ్బంది పెడుతున్నారు. కాబట్టి అందరూ కమిషనర్స్కు, కలెక్టర్లకు ఆదేశాలు జారీ చేస్తాం. అక్కడి నుంచి అథెంటికేషన్ వస్తే అడిగితే ఇమీడియట్ 48 hours లోపు అథెంటికేషన్ పంపాలని చెప్పి అధికారులకు ఆదేశాలు ఇచ్చాం. కొన్ని చోట్ల అమలు అవుతోంది, మిగతా అధికారులు అమలు చేయాలని చెప్పి కోరుతున్నాం. అంతేకాకుండా దీనికి అవేర్నెస్ క్యాంప్స్ కూడా ఏర్పాటు చేయాలని ఆలోచన చేశాం. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క కలెక్టర్కు బాధ్యత తీసుకొని ఎవరైతే గల్ఫ్ కంట్రీస్ ఉన్నారో బంధువులు వాళ్ళ డేటాబేస్ మాకిస్తే ఎన్ఆర్ఐ వెబ్సైట్లో పెడతాం. అదేవిధంగా ఎవరైతే విదేశాలకు పోవాలనుకుంటున్నారో వాళ్ళంతా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ప్రత్యేకంగా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ సెల్ ఏర్పాటు చేశారు. ఎన్ఆర్ఐ శాఖ ఉంది. ఎన్ఆర్ఐలో జాయింట్ సెక్రటరీ క్యాడర్ అభ్యర్థున్నారు, ఒక మంత్రి కూడా శాఖ ఉంది. కాబట్టి దయచేసి విదేశాలకు పోయే ఎవరైనా కూడా ఏ దేశాలకు పోయినా ఎన్ఆర్ఐ వెబ్సైట్లో వాళ్ళ పేరు నమోదు చేసుకుంటే మాకు బాగుంటుంది, వాళ్ళకు బాగుంటుందని చెప్పి సందర్భంగా గుర్తు చేస్తూ, విదేశాల్లో ఉండేవాళ్ళు చాలా చోట్ల కొంతమంది కిడ్నాప్ అయ్యారు, కొంతమంది ఇబ్బంది పడ్డారు, కొంతమంది రావాలనుకున్నారు. అటువంటి వాళ్ళు కూడా గత సంవత్సరం దాదాపు 450 మంది లిబియాలో అథెంటికేషన్ ఇచ్చాం. వాళ్ళ సర్టిఫికేట్స్ కరెక్ట్ అని చెప్పి ఇక్కడి నుంచి అటెస్టేషన్ చేసి పంపించాం. అదేవిధంగా ఇరాక్లో 160 మందిని వెనక్కి తీసుకొచ్చాం. మిగతా ఇతర కంట్రీస్తో కిడ్నాప్ అయినా ప్రతి ఒక్కటి ఇమీడియట్గా స్పందిస్తున్నాము. ఆ ఎంబసీతో మాట్లాడుతున్నాము, విదేశాంగ శాఖ సంప్రదిస్తున్నాము, వాళ్ళ బంధువులతో సంప్రదిస్తున్నాము. అక్కడి నుంచి కొన్ని దాడులు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ప్రభుత్వ సహాయంతో వాళ్ళ ఊర్లో కూడా చేస్తున్నాం. అంటే మా వైపు నుంచి మేము సంపూర్ణ సహాయ సహకారాలు విదేశాల్లో ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న వాళ్ళందరికీ ఇస్తున్నాం. వాళ్ళు అదే సమయంలో ఇక్కడ ఎన్ఆర్ఐ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ సంప్రదింపులు పెట్టుకొని ఈ సెల్ నెంబర్ కూడా ఇచ్చాము. తొందరలో ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ సెంటర్ కూడా పెట్టబోతున్నాము. ఆల్రెడీ ఒక ఆఫీసులు ఇచ్చాము. ఎన్ఆర్ఐ వెబ్సైట్ ఓపెన్ చేసి ఉంటాము. ఆ ఈమెయిల్స్ పెడుతున్నాము. వాళ్ళు కూడా పెడితే సాధ్యమైనంత వరకు మా చేత ఏమైతే ప్రభుత్వము తప్పకుండా సహాయం చేస్తుందని చెప్పి ఈ సందర్భంగా గుర్తు చేస్తూ, ఎవరైనా ప్రలోభ పెట్టినా కానీ, ఇతర ఏజెన్సీలు ఫేక్ ఏజెన్సీ కానీ కఠినంగా చర్యలు తీసుకుంటాము. వాళ్ళు ఉక్కుపాదంతో అణిచివేయాల్సిన అవసరం వచ్చింది. అటువంటి చర్యలు ఎవరో చేయకూడదని చెప్పి ప్రభుత్వం తరఫున హెచ్చరిస్తున్నాం. థర్డ్ ఐటమ్, ఈ దేశ సంస్కృతి, ఈ రాష్ట్ర సంస్కృతిని, సాంప్రదాయాన్ని సూచించే విధంగా సంక్రాంతి సంబరాలు నిర్వహించాలని చెప్పి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి సారథ్యంలోని ఈ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తెలుగు జాతి సంస్కృతి, సాంప్రదాయం, ఆచార వ్యవహారాలు, కట్టుబాట్లను పరిరక్షించిన ఆలోచనతో ఈ ప్రభుత్వం ముందుకు పోతా ఉంది. అందుకే ఎవరైతే తెలుగు జాతి స్ఫూర్తినిచ్చారో, వెలుగునిచ్చారో, ఈ తెలుగు జాతి యొక్క కీర్తిని దిశలా వ్యాపింపజేశారో అటువంటి మహానుభావుల యొక్క పుట్టినరోజులను ఇక్కడ రాష్ట్ర పండుగలుగా నిర్వహిస్తున్నాం. అదేవిధంగా ఈ జాతిని ప్రతిబింబించే ఉత్సవాలు సంక్రాంతి సంబరాలు కానీ, శ్రీకృష్ణదేవ ఉత్సవాలు కానీ, నిన్న విశాఖ ఉత్సవాలు కానీ, గిరిజన ఉత్సవాలు కానీ, లేపాక్షి ఉత్సవాలు కానీ, ఉగాది సంబరాలు కానీ అన్నీ కూడా రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ప్రత్యేక శ్రద్ధతో నిర్వహించాలని చెప్పి ఆలోచన చేశాం. గత సంవత్సరం కూడా జరిపాం. ఈ సంవత్సరం కూడా జిల్లాకు 1 కోటి రూపాయలు శాంక్షన్ చేశాం. అదేవిధంగా సెక్రటరియట్లో కూడా సంక్రాంతి సంబరాలు జరిపేదానికి వాళ్ళు కూడా 2 లక్షల రూపాయలు కేటాయించినామని చెప్పి సందర్భం గుర్తు చేస్తున్నాం. కాబట్టి రాష్ట్రంలోని ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ ఈ సంక్రాంతి సంబరాల్లో పాల్గొనాలి. ప్రతి ఒక్క పల్లెలు అంటే గ్రామీణ క్రీడలు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా వంటల పోటీ కానీ, పొలాలు పంటల పోటీ కానీ, అదేవిధంగా తిరుగు పదార్థములు ఆహార పదార్థములు పోటీలు కానీ, ఈ కబడ్డీలు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా ఎడ్ల పందాలు కానీ, ముగ్గులు కానీ, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు ప్రతి ఒక్క చోట గంగిరెద్దులు కానీ, ఇది దాసప్పులు కానీ, ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమాలు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా సాంస్కృతిక ఉత్సవాలు కానీ, నాట్య డ్యాన్సులు కానీ, అదేవిధంగా డ్రామాలు కానీ ప్రతి ఒక్కటి జరపాలని చెప్పి ఆదేశాలు ఇచ్చాం. ఈ 13, 14 తేదీల్లో గ్రామ స్థాయి నుంచి మండల స్థాయి, అదేవిధంగా జిల్లా స్థాయి వరకు ప్రతి ఒక్క చోట నిర్వహించాలని చెప్పాం. జిల్లా స్థాయిలో నిర్వహించేటప్పుడు ఆ మంత్రులు కూడా ఉంటారు, కలెక్టర్లు ఉంటారు. అందరూ పాల్గొని ఈ సంక్రాంతి సంబరాలు కూడా విజయవంతం చేయాలి. ఇది జాతికి సంబంధించిన సమస్య, ఈ జాతి ప్రతిష్టకు సంబంధించిన సమస్య. కాబట్టి ఈ ఉత్సవాలు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారి ఆలోచన ఒకటే, హ్యాపీ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, పురాతన పూర్వవైభవం రావాలి, పురాతన సంస్కృతి పరిరక్షించబడాలి. ప్రజలంతా ఆ క్రీడలు కానీ, ఆ ఆచార వ్యవహారాలు కానీ, ఆ సాంప్రదాయాలు కానీ మర్చిపోకూడదు. అవి చిరకాలం తరతరాలుగా తరగని సంపద సంస్కృతి, దాన్ని కాపాడే దాంట్లో భాగంగా సంక్రాంతి సంబరాలను రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా జరపాలని చెప్పి నిర్ణయం తీసుకున్నాం. అందరూ కలెక్టర్లు, అధికారులు, ప్రజలు కూడా భాగస్వామ్యం కావాలని చెప్పి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ఓవర్సీస్ మ్యాన్ పవర్ కార్పొరేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అని ఉంది.
అండి హోమ్ క్యాంప్ అనేది ఒరిజినల్ పెట్టినప్పుడు వెరీ హై ఐడియల్స్తో పెట్టారండి. కానీ ఫర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ రీజన్ ఇట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఫెల్ ఇన్ టు సమ్ బట్ ఇన్యాక్టివ్. రైట్ నౌ వీ డోంట్ హ్యావ్ ఎనఫ్ పర్సనల్ ఇన్ దర్, బట్ ద చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ గారితో డిస్కస్ చేశాను. We are going to revive that agency. The main purpose of the home cap is going to be training the personnel so that they can get a better job abroad and predominantly focus towards the Gulf. So it will be done.
చాలా సర్వీస్ చేశారు.
అదే విషయాన్ని అమెరికన్ కౌన్సిల్ జనరల్ చెప్పాము, తీవ్రంగా చెప్పాము. ఎందుకంటే మీరు ఫేక్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ ఎందుకు లిస్టులో పెట్టలేదు, పంపించమని కూడా అడగడం జరిగింది.
అవును సార్.
వాళ్ళ బ్రిటిషర్ దీంట్లో మ్యాగజైన్లు ఉన్నాయి, మీరు చూసుకోండి అని చెప్తే దాని కూడా వెబ్సైట్ పెట్టమని చెప్తాను. అమెరికన్ వాళ్ళు కూడా అది పెట్టింటే ఇబ్బంది లేదు కాదు, వీసా ఇచ్చితో చూసుకుంటే ఇబ్బంది వచ్చేది కాదు. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ కూడా ముందుగానే మన వాళ్ళకు అవేర్నెస్ క్యాంప్ ఏర్పాటు చేసి విల్ టేక్ ఆల్ ద స్టెప్స్.
సార్ ఇంకో కీలకమైన విషయం ఏంటంటే ఎవరైతే ఏజెంట్లు ఉన్నారో ఆ ఏజెంట్లు అంటే ప్రధానంగా గల్ఫ్ దేశాలకు వెళ్ళే కూలీలు అంటే చిన్న చిన్న పనుల మీద గల్ఫ్ దేశాలకు వెళ్తారు అనుకున్న వాళ్ళకి ఫేక్ సర్టిఫికేట్లు ఇస్తున్నారు సార్. కానీ రాష్ట్రంలో ఏజెంట్ల మీద ఎలాంటి చర్యలు తీసుకోవట్లేదు. వాళ్ళ అంటే వెళ్ళిన వాళ్ళని అడ్డుకుంటాం, వాళ్ళని ఆపేయడం ఏమైనా గుర్తిస్తే చేస్తున్నారు. కానీ ఎవరైతే ఏజెంట్లు బ్యాక్ ఎండ్ లో ఉండి ప్రోత్సహించి మొత్తం దాన్ని డాక్యుమెంటేషన్ అంతా చేశారో
ఎక్కడ కేసులు పెట్టలేదు సార్. ఒక్క విశాఖపట్నం పాస్పోర్ట్ కార్యాలయంలోనే దగ్గర 70-80 వరకు ఇలాంటి బోగస్ రాయబార కార్యాలయానికి సంబంధించి స్టాంపింగ్లు వేసిన కేసులు గుర్తించారండి. కానీ ఒక్క కేసు కూడా నమోదు కాలేదండి. అసలు ఎవరైతే అక్రమాలకు సూత్రధారులుగా ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు తప్పించుకోవడం వల్లనే ఇలాంటి సమస్యలన్నీ వస్తూ ఉన్నాయి సార్. వాళ్ళ మీద కేసులు పెట్టడం అనేది జరగాలి. మేము అడిగాము పాస్పోర్ట్ కార్యాలయంలోనూ వాటిలోనూ అడిగితే దేశవ్యాప్తంగా ఏజెంట్ల మీద ఎక్కడా కేసు పెట్టట్లేదండి, ఇంకా ఇలా కేసులు పెట్టుకుంటూ పోతే మేము ఈ పాస్పోర్ట్ డ్యూటీ చేయలేము అని చెప్పేసి అంటున్నా ఉంటారు. దీనికి సపరేట్గా మీరు కేంద్ర విదేశీ వ్యవహారాల శాఖ మాట్లాడితే కానీ ఈ ఏజెంట్ల బాధ తొలగదు సార్.
మీరు చెప్పేది 100% కరెక్ట్. కారణం ఏమంటే ఎవరైతే ఇబ్బందులకు గురయ్యారో, ఎవరైతే బాధితులు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ కంప్లైంట్ చేశారు కొన్ని చోట్ల. అటువంటి చోట అన్రికగ్నైజ్డ్ అంటే ఆథరైజేషన్ ఏజెన్సీ మీద చర్య తీసుకోవడం జరుగుతూ ఉంది. చాలా మంది 90% మంది కంప్లైంట్ చేయడం లేదు. కంప్లైంట్ చేస్తా అంటే సంబంధిత అధికారులకు ఆదేశాలు ఇచ్చాము, అరెస్ట్ చేయమన్నాము, నాన్ బెయిలబుల్ కేసు కూడా పెట్టి ఇబ్బంది పెట్టడం జరుగుతుంది. వాళ్ళ అవగాహన ముందుకు వస్తే ఇంకా తప్పనిసరిగా చర్య తీసుకోవడం కాకుండా మినిస్టర్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ అఫైర్స్ అడిగాం మేము, అయ్యా వేదికి రికగ్నేషన్ ఉంది, వేదికి రికగ్నేషన్ లేదు, అటువంటి కంపెనీ పంపని అడగడం జరిగింది. 2 సార్లు పైన లేఖలు రాశాం. మా కమ్మమారి రామారావు కూడా అక్కడి నుంచి లిస్టు రికగ్నైజ్ చేసేసి తీస్తామని చెప్పాం. మా దగ్గర అవైలబిలిటీ ఉండేది ఎన్ఆర్ వెబ్సైట్లో రికగ్నైజ్ పెట్టాం. అవి చూసి పోవాలి ప్రజలు కూడా. అంటే మీరు కూడా పత్రికలు కానీ మీడియా కానీ దీన్ని ఎక్కువ ప్రచారం చేస్తే ఈ నమ్మద్దివి అపోహలు అడిపోయిన తర్వాత ఇబ్బంది వస్తాయని చెప్తే సాధ్యమైనంత వరకు కొంతవరకు రికగ్నైజ్ ఏజెన్సీ కూడా పోతే వారికి బాధ్యత ఉంటుంది. అటువంటి వాళ్ళు కొంతవరకు బాగుపడడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. అన్రికగ్నైజ్ ఏజెన్సీ కూడా పోతే మొత్తం ఫేక్, వీళ్ళు డబ్బులు తీసుకుంటారు, అక్కడ పోయిన తర్వాత నరకయాత్ర పడుతున్నారు. కాబట్టి దాని మీద సపరేట్ సెల్ వేసాం. ఇంకా వీలు పోతే అక్కడ స్టడీ చేసేందుకు కూడా ఒక కమిటీ కూడా ఎవరైనా పోయేదానికి కూడా అవకాశం ఉంటే అది కూడా పరిశీలిస్తాం.
ఒక్క క్వశ్చన్ అండి
బాబు. ఇప్పుడు దాదాపు 55 ఈరోజు ఎంబోయ్ అవుతున్నాయి. ఇంకా ఇట్లే ఈ సమ్మిట్ మాత్రమే ఒక 3 నెలల లోపల ఓన్లీ ఐటీ అండ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్
ఒక క్వశ్చన్
డెఫినెట్గా టార్గెట్ ఉంటుంది. టార్గెట్ లేకుండా చెప్పినాం కదా, మొదటి చెప్తున్నా మీరు లేమో 12,000 కోట్లు ఐటీ రంగంలో, 30,000 కోట్లు ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ రంగంలో పెట్టుబడులు ఆహ్వానించాలా ఈ 5 years లోపల అని చెప్పి టార్గెట్. 1,00,000 మంది ఐటీ రంగం, 4 lakhs ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ రంగంలో ఉద్యోగాలు కూడా.
క్వశ్చన్ సార్. సో
ఇంకా లేదు, ఇలా అయిపోతే ఐటీ వాళ్ళు మనం మాట్లాడదాం. బాగున్నాయినా ఇంకా మీరు మిగతా కూడా కవర్ చేయాలి కదా. సరే, మీడియాకి ఇంకోసారి ఈరోజు కూడా గ్రీన్ పార్క్ హోటల్లో ఒక డిన్నర్ హోస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాను. దయచేసి మీరు అందరూ రావాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్లీ మీడియా, బోత్ ప్రింట్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ మీడియా. మీరు చాలా మంది చెప్పినట్లేరు. సరే, అయితే వాళ్ళంతా రమ్మంటే సెక్రటరీ గారు వాళ్ళంతా వస్తారు.
సార్ ఒక చిన్న రిక్వెస్ట్ సార్.
ఇక్కడమ్మా చెప్తాలే, చెప్పమ్మా.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఈ గల్ఫ్ దేశాల్లో ఉద్యోగాలని చెప్పి వెళ్తున్నారు కదా సార్. సో ముఖ్యంగా ఉత్తరాంధ్ర వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది వెళ్తున్నారు, ఈ గల్ఫ్ దేశాల్లో చిక్కుకుంటున్నారు. సో వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఇబ్బందులు ఇవన్నీ కూడా మీడియా దృష్టికి తీసుకొచ్చినప్పుడు ఏజెంట్ సంబంధించి వెళ్తే దాదాపుగా గాజువాకలో ఒక 40-50 ఈ ఏజెంట్లు ఉన్నారు సార్. వీళ్ళంతా కూడా ఏంటంటే ఒక బౌన్సర్లను పెట్టి నడిపిస్తున్నారు. ఇలాగే మేము ఒక కథనం చేయడానికి వెళ్తే మా మీద ఏజెంట్లు రైడ్ చేయడం జరిగింది, కొట్టడం కూడా జరిగింది సార్. ఈ దృష్టిలో ఇప్పటికే గాజువాక పోలీస్ స్టేషన్లో ఒక కేసు కూడా ఉంది దానికి సంబంధించి. సో ఇప్పుడు దాదాపుగా 40-50 కంపెనీలు దాదాపుగా ఇక్కడ గాజువాక ఆటోనగర్ లో ఉన్నాయి సార్. దీని మీద ఒకసారి మీరు నిఘా పెడితే బాగుంటుందని.
మన గాజువాక నుంచి ఒకటి పేపర్ నేను కూడా చూశాను
సార్.
ఇమీడియట్ గా ఆ డిఐతో మాట్లాడాను, ఆ పోలీస్ కమిషనర్తో మాట్లాడాను. ఆ కేసు పకడ్బందీగా పెట్టి ఎటువంటి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఆ టోటల్ బయట దిమ్మని చెప్పాను.
మళ్ళీ ఒక్కసారి రివ్యూ చేస్తాను అనేది.
సార్ ఒక్కసారి ఆ కంపెనీలో ఒకసారి చూడండి సార్, చాలా
చూస్తాను.
దారుణమైనటువంటి పరిస్థితిలో ఉన్నారు.
అరే
వాళ్ళ ఆ ఏరియాకి వెళ్ళడానికి కూడా చాలా మంది భయపడుతున్నారు సార్. అది
సరే, ఆ ఏజెంట్ ఏమన్నా కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ గా మాకు ఇస్తే ఒక్కసారి వాళ్ళు వేరే బోర్డ్స్ అని మేము ఒక్కసారి చెక్ చేస్తామా. రైట్.
మొత్తం ఎంతమంది బాధితులు ఉన్నారు సార్ ఇప్పటి వరకు గల్ఫ్ కంట్రీలో? సుమారుగా
చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు, వేల సంఖ్యలో ఉన్నారు విదేశాల్లో. ఇంకా చాలా మంది మనకు చెప్పడం లేదు, మనకు కొన్ని మాత్రం వెలుగులోకి వస్తున్నాయి. చాలా మంది ఇంత ముందే 10 ఏళ్ళు పోయి అక్కడ మగ్గిపోతున్నారు. ఇక్కడ రావడం కూడా కొంతమంది అక్కడ చనిపోతున్నారు, కానీ అక్కడి నుంచి బాడీలు కూడా రావడం లేదు.
అమెరికా
రైట్. మీడియా వాళ్ళు కొద్దిగా మిగతా వాళ్ళు దగ్గర వెయిటింగ్ ఫర్ యూ. ఇది కాన్నా రైట్, అయిపోయింది మీటింగ్. బాబు ఐటీ వాళ్ళు కూర్చోనేనా, ఐటీ ఇన్వెస్టర్స్. చౌదరి అందరూ రమ్మను. వద్దు, నేను వస్తాను. వీళ్ళు ఐటీ చూస్తాం కొంచెం. బయటకు వచ్చేస్తాం.
ఈవినింగ్ 7 to 8 మనకి 20 minutes ఆగబ్బా, అన్ని తెస్తాను ఆగు. ఇవాళ రివ్యూలో సార్ ఇంకోటి, ఇప్పుడు ఈ సమ్మిట్లో జైట్లీ గారు కానీ ఇవాళ వెంకయ్యనాయుడు గారు కానీ రైల్వే జోన్ కోసం కానీ ప్రత్యేక హోదా
sectors, especially construction, that was a big one. New infrastructure, we've been hearing about it since yesterday, especially in the connection of Vizag, where we have these two industrial corridors. One is the Chennai-Bengaluru and the other is the Chennai-Vizag industrial corridor. So this will be one of the major beneficiaries. We're looking at industrial parks, industrial nodes, new cities coming up along these corridors. This is how the corridors would look like. So we're spanning the entire country all across. Using technology to leapfrog, this is another initiative of the government where we're using the Jan Dhan Yojana. Financial inclusion is one of the key ones, then direct benefit transfer, use of Aadhaar for this purpose, then using mobiles for use of technology for making payments, facilitating transactions. This is how the world looks at India, especially it's in this scenario where the global growth rates are in the range of 3.5%, and India is growing at 7.5%. That it's ranked among the first among 100 countries. The World Bank Group talks about India being among the fastest growing economy during the next 3 years. OECD, again among the top exporters, and the UNCTAD, JBIC and others talking about India, breaching the first 10 group of FDIs. We have another event which I would just like to briefly touch upon, where we would be bringing together the industry not only to showcase but also to connect and to collaborate further. That is an initiative we are taking up in the month of February 2015 at Mumbai. We have the Make in India Week, which is coming up, where we look forward to having all of you join us, and we would take the Make in India initiative further. So the key participants are of course going to be global leaders, CEOs and the businessmen, entrepreneurs, startups. These are some of the sectors I just want to show them to you once. These are the 25 thrust sectors identified by government under the Make in India program. So I'm just going to be running through this. Thank you.
So thank you, Ravneet, for a detailed presentation on Make in India and a summary of various things that's happening. So all of you must have seen that the number of initiatives, the energy that has been created in the last 18 months has been exemplary, actually. There's no other campaign in whatever I've seen that the level of initiatives and engagement across all the states. And from my perspective, one thing that struck me is the engagement that is happening between the industry and the government. There's more listening that is taking place from the Make in India, after the Make in India initiative. And it's a very concerted effort at all levels, at all the officials level in every state. So that's one thing that is experienced. So moving on, I would like to go to Kishore and also ask from the company who are representing the various companies here to give their perspective about Make in India. From your perspective, what does Make in India mean to you and to your industry?
Okay, good. I don't even have to get up now. Good afternoon, everybody. Distinguished colleagues here on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, I think for anything to happen, there's got to be a vision, a dream, something that makes a goal happen. And that's what Make in India did. I've heard about the 16% contribution to GDP from manufacturing over the last 10 years. But no time before have I heard it so clearly articulated, saying that at 16% we need to increase it, go to 25%. And when Make in India came, it gave that vision, a statement that said, this is the direction we want to take. This is the mantra we're going to follow, and this is how we'll align ourselves. And I think to us, that was like a clarion call. Rolls-Royce in this country has been here for well over 80 years. And we started off selling in this country. So we've been selling engines right from Tata Mail to Indian Air Force to Indian Navy. And then as we went along the journey, there was a time when everybody did technology transfers. So we did technology transfer with HAL on our programs. Then as time went on, everybody started talking about engineering, everybody started talking about the services industry. And while we were at it, we were also trying to see what can we do in terms of local manufacturing. Why would it be difficult for us to manufacture something in this country when we can do services? So as recent as 2005, we started our engineering capability here. In 2010, we started to say we'll manufacture components for the aerospace industry here. And I think as we built from one milestone to the next and started achieving a goal of being local in India, the whole process was probably catalyzed by the Make in India campaign for us. Today, every single bid that we go out with, we start asking, how can we make more in India? Where does this lead to in terms of us positioning ourselves over the next 100 years? Where does this lead to? Where is India going to go with this? With a GDP growth of 7+% into the foreseeable future. Services has made its contribution. Services has been there. What is the next area where the intellectual capability of India will be harnessed? It will be manufacturing. Manufacturing is a sector that provides opportunities right from a blue-collar worker all the way to chief operating officers and CEOs of company. It builds companies, it creates a balance sheet, it enables employment, education, and touches every facet of human life. So having known that, what do we have to do as we go forward? We can always, when we sell something into this country, we can come in and say, we'll make a certain piece of it in this country. Parallelly, we also need to understand how to build an ecosystem that will enable us when we sell to say we can make this in this country. So it's very important to look at the supply chain. It's very important to look at what all can we make in India. Have a strategy within the company if we want to participate in India into the future. And the last but not the least for us, what Make in India does is, beyond just manufacturing in India, how do we create products in India? How do we innovate in India products that's not only for India, but that will be for the globe? Then what happens is that We have taken the intellectual capability of all our engineers, of all our doctors, of all the other educational streams we have in this country, created our own products that are going to make it that much better from a cost point of view, that's going to make it better from a quality point of view, and that is going to take us to the next level of how we position India in the global marketplace. And so we want to create in this country, we want to make in this country, and then export it from this country, as well as enable everything else in this country. That's what Make in India means for us. Thank you.
So Josh, from your space, see, you are one of the leading manufacturers of electronics in the world, and how crucial is to have a presence in India from a manufacturing perspective?
Ms. Kaur and fellow panelists, distinguished delegates, friends, I think I definitely agree with Mr. Kishore. I think there is Make in India is a theme which really brought a lot of things together, and a lot of us have been. I came back just like you, Srini, about 10 years ago to India to follow the stream, but I think this Make in India has really brought things together. So what this means for, I'll talk about what this means for Foxconn and then what it means for the electronics industry. Let me talk a little bit about the electronics industry first. I think electronics industry is a huge employer. It employs over 20 million people in the world. Majority of them are based in China. Most of the electronic components are really manufactured there. Now, India's electronic consumption has increased, and I think you would have seen reports that by 2020 the electronic import bill will supersede the oil import bill of India. So I think it is quite important that the Make in India and the Digital India came in the right time. One of the 9 pillars of Digital India calls for net zero import of electronic goods. And I think what this means is that we need to make in India for Indian consumption as well as export. So in a way, we net out. So now, what the government of India, under the leadership of Day-2 and DIPP, did in December 2014 is to focus on electronics manufacturing, starting with mobile phones. So they formulated a task force. I happen to be the co-chairman of the task force, and we set out saying that we'll start with mobiles and then we'll build on going forward. Within 1 year, I can tell you we have now created 30,000 jobs in India by doing the right policies and the right changes. Thank you. I know it's a little hard after lunch to clap, but yes, please encourage us. And I'm also proud to say that 6,000 of those 30 jobs were created here in AP. So I think, back on this, I think electronics manufacturing is a huge employer. There is a lot of labor intensity in the manufacturing. So this is what one of the things which the Honorable Prime Minister talked about is that 11% of the workforce in India is in manufacturing. 26% is in the services. Rest is unemployed, agriculture, or worst yet is ungainfully employed. So one of my desires, personal desires, is to look at the ungainfully employed segment of people and then see what we can do using the framework of Skill India and then bring them on board. So all of these things are kind of bundled into our task force goals, and we have set ourselves a goal with the government. By 2019 we will create 1.5 million jobs and using a phased manufacturing program. Now, a little bit about Foxconn. So Foxconn we are famous for Apple products, but we make everything else as well. So we are a $150 billion company. We have 1.5 million people working globally. Some of our sites in China have close to 600,000 people working in one site. And that's how we achieve the scale and whatnot. Now, can this be done in India? Yes, We have come close. The Nokia SEZ employed about 30,000 people. And so we know it can be done. And now Foxconn, our chairman, Terry Goh, met Mr. Modi, met the leadership in the government. He's extremely compelled by the vision of Make in India and Digital India. We feel that we can be great partners. And we have started our journey in AP. I see Mr. Gala here. I think we have some fantastic companies doing electronics manufacturing, electrical manufacturing right here in AP. So I've been to your facility, sir, and it is world class, is all I can say. So we are quite encouraged to invest in AP, looking at the past successes, looking at the competences which are already available here. And so we have started our journey. We have started, I'll say, a campus in the southernmost part of AP. And we believe this is only the starting point. And we will start with the labor-intensive operations, and then we will go for some big-ticket items. One of the big-ticket items we are looking for is TFT display panels. If you look at displays, displays are there anywhere from your feature phone to your big screen TVs, 60-inch screens. All these things can come out of a display fab. A display fab is about $3 billion. I think India needs about 10 display fabs in the next 10, 15 years. So we have a roadmap for all of this, and I think the foundation and the starting point for all of this has come from Make in India. So we laud the government's effort. We laud the efforts, the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu here, and we look forward to being a part of the success. Thank you.
So I echo your feelings here in terms of our experience in AP has been phenomenal. The vision of the Chief Minister is impeccable in terms of, I can't even describe how it is so, and the commitment that drives our investment. So we have made a single largest investment in the state, and it's going to be a strategic investment moving forward. So you talked about employment, and I'll just move to Lockheed Martin. And you may want to introduce what Lockheed Martin is about. And you have number of presence in number of areas, like basically with various companies. Could you talk about?
Well, good afternoon, my fellow panelists and the audience. I'm very pleased to be here today. Lockheed Martin, for those of you who aren't familiar with us, are a defense and aerospace company based out of the United States. We've been in India for a number of years now. And for the last few years, we've begun manufacturing here. And I share Kishore's statement that whilst we've been here and we've been manufacturing, the Make in India call a couple of years ago has really focused us to see what else we can do here in India. But to date, we have two fairly large manufacturing facilities on the outskirts of Hyderabad. One of them manufactures some very large aerostructures for our C-130J transport aircraft, which actually operates here with the Indian Air Force. But we supply the aerostructure, which is essentially the tail section of that aircraft. Here in Hyderabad, we transport every one of them that we make here to Georgia in the US to put in our production line. So every aircraft that comes off our production line has very large parts that are manufactured in India. And we've been doing that since about 2009. The quality that we've had here has been outstanding, and to echo really what one of the points the Chief Minister made this morning about the demographic dividend, I think the average age of the workforce we have is about 24, 25, which is unheard of in that kind of manufacturing facility, and so that workforce is going to be around for the next few decades to allow us and the aviation industry to do a lot more. That's one of the investments that we've got here. The other one manufactures, following a recent acquisition we made of Sikorsky Helicopters, manufactures all of the S-92 helicopter cabins in Hyderabad as well. So they're all exported to the US and put into the production line there. So as I say, that's been a really good experience for us. We were able to establish those facilities from a greenfield site to manufacturing stuff within 12 months from signature, which is unheard of in most places of the world. And as I say, in terms of the quality and the stuff that we're getting out, we're very, very pleased. But as Kishore said, that's kind of just scratching the surface of what we could do here. And I think the opening of FDI in defence is encouraging. I think we'll be able to do a lot more. There's also a particular initiative between the US and India called the Defence Technology and Trade Initiative, which allows us to share a lot more technology and get a lot more involved, and maybe begin to develop some of these future systems, co-develop some of the future systems for the defence and aerospace sector. It's a very unique sector that we're in, fairly specialised. But as I say, we've been very pleased. We've been really encouraged by the Make in India call, and we're very enthusiastic and keen to get fully weighed into to the future of this initiative and manufacture a lot more. As I say, we've started in Hyderabad. We're looking in other parts of the country as well to invest, predominantly because of defence and the FDI regime that we're in. We will largely be working with partners as we move forward here in India.
You're scratching the surface of what potentially India could do. That's what. So on that count, let me switch to Ambassador Wisner. So you have been in a number of countries. You've been ambassador from the US, and you lived in India, and you have been watching closely what some of the initiatives that has happened in the last 18, 24 months. What's your view about what's happening now in India, and where is it going?
Mr. Srinivasan, thank you. First of all, let me add my own word to those of many of you, to our friends at CII, for putting together just an amazing conference. This is really well organized. I've known CII for better than 2 decades. They've been terrific friends of the United States, great spokesman for Indian industry, and today is just another demonstration of the power of the institution. I, however, don't want to stop there, because I'm also enormously excited to find myself in Andhra Pradesh. This is an exciting state on a new venture under amazing leadership. I too have known the Chief Minister for 2 decades, and the vision that he spelled out this morning I found electrifying. I have never found a day that he didn't spell out some vision of the future that he didn't succeed in accomplishing. So I wish my friends in Andhra well, but you're off on a magic trajectory, and I can only wish you well. That said, let me come back to the topic, because what's important for India is important for Andhra. The Make in India, Make in Andhra idea is a very exciting one, and I join my colleagues on the panel in feeling that this idea has encapsulated a lot of the ambition that I have watched well up over the years that Indian reform has taken root and carried forward. And it is enormously important. Make in India has many meanings. It's not only about filling out the gigantic market space that India herself enjoys, but it's putting India on the global map and making India a global force, which will be good not only for all of us who want to see India a powerful nation supping at the high table, but a nation that can help assure the peace and security of the Asian continent. So Make in India talks about making things here. It talks about making things for India.
In United Andhra Pradesh, the turnover was 65,000 crores and the employment was 3.3 lakhs. After the bifurcation, now the turnover in New Andhra Pradesh is 1,600 to 2,000 crores only, after the bifurcation, and the employment is only 21 to 22,000 only. So we wanted to develop the information technology and electronic industry from the scratch. As all of you know, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, the United Andhra Pradesh has taken unique position in information technology and electronics. It is because of him only the city of Hyderabad has got international recognition in the entire map of the globe. Now, after bifurcation, it is a big challenge for us to rebuild the state as sunrise state of India. The aim of our Chief Minister is to make Andhra Pradesh one among the 3 top states in India by 2022. The number 1 state in the country by 2029. To make this country number 1 in the entire universe by 2050, this is the aim of our CM. After the bifurcation, the government of Andhra Pradesh strongly believes that the technology is the backbone of economy. So soon after assuming the charge, our Chief Minister has brought a blueprint, comprehensive blueprint. The vision of the blueprint is to develop Andhra Pradesh as a knowledge society of the global repute with a focus on enhancing the quality of life of its citizens through high quality education and health care, increased productivity in agriculture and allied activities, creation of requisite employment by providing jobs to each and everybody, and also providing good governance. For this purpose, for the development of information technology and electronics in this state, the government has introduced 3 policies. IT policy of 2014-2020, electronic policy of 2014, and innovation and startup policy of 2014. These policies are once again based on 4 pillars, namely human capital, infrastructure, incentives, and good governance. This government has introduced the policies. We cannot find this type of policies anywhere in any state in the country. We are extending all the incentives, like incentives, and also the infrastructure, land, water, amenities, whatever it may be. And also we have introduced a single window system in which the permissions required by any industry will be given within a span of 3 weeks, that is in 21 days, and otherwise it deemed to be given permissions. Here, one thing I would like to say, for any company or for any industry to establish in Andhra Pradesh, there are so many opportunities. Number 1, human capital. In this context, I would like to quote one thing. If you want money power, go to America. If you want manpower, go to China. If you want mind power, go to India, particularly New Andhra Pradesh. In Silicon Corridor, for every 4 persons, there will be 1 person from India. For every 4 persons from India, there will be 1 person from Andhra Pradesh. This is the strength of the Andhra Pradesh here. That means in this new Andhra Pradesh, there are 227 degree colleges with an annual intake of 2.24 lakhs. There are so many professional colleges, that is 1238 professional colleges are there, MCA, MBA, engineering, polytechnic, out of which the annual intake is 3.6 lakhs. Every year, 5.6 lakh graduates are coming out of the institutions. We are giving them skill development training, which is useful for the industries, which is required by the industries. So, talent pool is available in other. You cannot find this type of talent pool anywhere in the country. This is the strength of AP. Second thing, infrastructure. We have a long coast area of 974 kilometers, and we wanted to construct so many airports, seaports, particularly Amaravati, the prestigious capital. So there is a lot of opportunity for investment in Andhra Pradesh. Incentives also, we have brought them on online. Kindly see all the facilities what we are giving here, what are the incentives. We have examined all the policies in the country, out of which we have taken and included in this policy. So this is much useful for each and every entrepreneur here. Similarly, good governance. Our strength is our CM. He is our capital. That means he is the icon, brand ambassador to IT and electronics also. So based on these things, it is the right time, appropriate time to put investments in the government of Andhra Pradesh. Last year, we have given permission for 37 companies. And we have allotted land also. They promised to put the investments of 3,600 crores. And they promised to provide employment of 42,000 last year itself. This year, today, we are entering into MOU with 62 companies with the amount of 3,000 odd crores investments and employment of nearly 500,000 directly and 1.5 lakh indirectly today. Similarly, from the government of Andhra Pradesh, as the Minister of IT, I am assuring we are extending the fullest cooperation what you need here without any hesitation. We will give all the cooperation. Kindly invest in Andhra Pradesh. This is the right time and appropriate time also. So, I am congratulating all of you. We have come here to participate in this function and also to be the partners of government of Andhra Pradesh. Thank you. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening words, for your assurances which will go a long way for the industry to plan, strategize, and to have their, to structure their business around the incentives which the government of AP is offering to them. May I now request Satyanarayan Garu to kindly convey his address to the investors.
Honorable Minister for IT and the dignitaries on the dais and all the distinguished delegates, friends. Really, it's quite heartening to see all of you here on this very important occasion of Partnership Summit.
Opening up to FDI and the willingness to welcome and integrate better the foreign investments. However, when you take a perspective of level of FDI, both in terms of amount of capital as well as level of FDI compared to the GDP, India continues to perform less well than other emerging economies. So we see that there is still a margin of progress which can be achieved thanks to the policy drive and the continuous momentum of growth. What will affect or what will determine investors' decision as to where to locate FDI has many different dimensions, and I'm not the best placed person to talk about this. But definitely one dimension on which the government can play is the openness or the restrictiveness of the FDI regime. And the OECD monitors regularly for about 60 countries the degree of openness or restrictiveness of a policy regime vis-à-vis FDI. And we've seen over the past decade that India has made considerable progress in liberalizing its FDI regime. And we see recently that the measures taken in a number of sectors will further contribute to bring India forward towards being a favored destination for FDI. But just to give you an idea of, let's say, the positioning or putting India's situation in perspective with other countries, in 2014, among the 60 countries monitored by the OECD, it was only a handful of countries that were more closed than India. So it would be China, and Saudi Arabia and Indonesia. So that's a way to say that the margin of progress is still considerable for India to attract more FDI. One thing also I'd like to emphasize in this first round of exchange is the importance of FDI in services. Of course, and this may sound paradoxical, as Make in India is really focusing on the manufacturing sector. Just to explain a little bit, as has been said, in fact, several times, we are now in a world where trade and investment is about global supply chains. So it's not only, it's really decomposing the different products in sub-products that are made and exchanged around different places in the world. And it's important to note that when you take the value added which is produced in India and exported to the external world, in fact 50% of the value added of today's exports in India are made in the service sector. So even for the car industry or any manufacturing sector, the services component of manufacturing exports is very high, in particular in India. And so the services sector has been, everybody knows that, a strength of the Indian economy. But my point here is that in this Make in India initiative, in fact, policies that will continue to encourage the competitiveness of services sectors, and I'm thinking in particular of sectors in which India is relatively restrictive compared to other countries again, will benefit the manufacturing industry. Let me give you an example. For instance, the insurance sector, in which we've seen recently some progress in terms of liberalization of the FDI regime. Our estimation is that this will lead to an increase of export related to insurance by +7% and of imports of +3%. But this improvements will also have an impact, a very positive impact, on the car industry in terms of competitiveness of the car industry in India. So the OECD also produces a set of indicators that allow to benchmark the restrictiveness of trade in services industries, and in that regard we find that India is more restrictive than other countries, including emerging economies, in a number of sectors, which are rail freight transport, financial services, legal services, and accounting. And so pursuing this FDI liberalization efforts in these services sector would again benefit both these services sector as well as the manufacturing sector. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. So you succinctly highlighted about the importance of service sector will benefit, the growth in service sector also will benefit the growth in the manufacturing sector, and also highlighted about the increase in the FDI and how it has to be broad-based. And so moving away, so we have two panelists here. Before I go to the two panel, one specific question. Would you like to make some comments about observations on some of the comments that I've made?
The comments made by Mr. Frank Wisner, of course, it's true that on the export front, there has been a decline, and that continues to be an area which we need to address, and there's no doubt about it. However, when we look at Make in India, we are not only looking at making in India for exports. We consider India as a huge market in itself. And even if we are able to focus on our domestic market and of course build capabilities for being competitive at the global level, I think that would be a very great achievement at the present juncture. So of course a lot is being attempted on the export front. There are the Department of Commerce is working on how to encourage exports. There are not only issues on encouraging exports from our end, there are certain issues which I would just refer to the Commerce Minister's comments a few days ago on the devaluation of the Chinese currency. So how that is also impacting India's exports. So there are a number of global factors as well. So I wouldn't say that, you know, the entire Make in India focus has to be on exports. That's not the way we are perceiving it at the moment. The second thing on the FDI, FDI we have moved very rapidly, and there are a number of sectors which reforms have taken place in November, December only. So we would need to take it step by step rather than doing it straight away as a, you know, for all sectors taken together. So this is one of the areas on our radar. Maybe gradually we'll progress to that as well.
Thank you. So a strong domestic market is crucial, is going to support the export market. So the Make in India initiative is not only about exports just alone, it is also creating an environment that supports, that creates a strong domestic market. And of course, all of you know that India is a very large market, so there's a tremendous opportunity there. So I just want to move about, because we talked about manufacturing, and we have amongst the panelists here the two broad, two different type of industries. One is electronics components, electronics industry, where they employ a large number of people, and there is a highly technological aerospace industry. So how do you look at the talent availability and skilling of the talent by your company, specifically in a short comments from you? Josh?
I think just one small correction. I think electronics industry is very high tech as well. So when you look at the much touted fabs, I think there are 40 processes. A TFT fab is 26 processes. So it is very, very advanced, very high tech, purely automated, etc. And yes, that will come. When it will come, it will probably be past 2020 is my estimation. We will start the journey with labor-intensive things, but then more high-tech. But back to what Mr. Kishore was saying, this is manufacturing and electronics is a skill spread across the whole spectrum, right from the operators to the CEO level. I think it's essential. And we've had leadership gaps, we've had skill gaps across the board. I think Skill India is a good framework to work on that. Our focus is to start with the big bulk. Electronics industry, in my experience, I've been in the space for about 20 years, and predominantly employs a lot of women. And the encouragement given to women is very important. Most of these are young girls, you know, coming right out of high school. So they need to be given the right social skills, plus the actual sort of the technical skills. And we have, within the Skill India framework, started to partner up with both the central government and the government of Andhra Pradesh to take this forward. We have formed a council called the Telecom Skill Council. We have signed an MOU with them. We are taking things forward. I think this is going to be number one. I think when you look at the mid-level managers, staff, I think the skills are relatively horizontal. So we could, in a way, deploy. But this is probably the biggest area of skill gap we have. And we have a journey ahead of us here. I think, you know, the girls and boys who come out are, you know, not skilled. And to get to the productivity levels at a global scale, to achieve the quality, it is a challenge. So I think we have worked together, a lot of work to be done here, but I'm confident. In my previous job, in my previous company, we have done it. And I don't see a problem, but I think this has to be a big emphasis with the government as well.
Sure. I think integral to when the GDP grows, when manufacturing grows, when services grows, we need to make sure that the right level of skill is available at any single point in time. It's not something, it's probably a period in time where we need to accelerate the process and create the systems in place so that we'll have all the necessary skills as we move forward. But I think as we continue this journey, it's going to be a process that will exist forever. I think there's going to be younger generations coming up, there's going to be experience coming up, there's going to be many different types of skills that need to be built on. And in Rolls-Royce, we follow the apprenticeship scheme where we get in about 100 people every year and we absorb them into the company. It's a very rigorous, sometimes 2 years, sometimes 4-year program, put them to multiple functions, multiple areas, get them to learn it and then absorb them into the company where they want it to be. And so we want to do something like that in India as well. There are already apprenticeship programs. But today, when I see skills, when I see education, I think India is innovating at a faster pace in that segment than it is in any other area. I see people talking to me about new ideas, about generating the necessary skills in the industry than ever before. And I think companies like ours want to participate, not because we don't have the skills, but because it's going to be there into the future. If you're going to be an integral part of India's growth, we're going to be an integral part of India's skills development.
No, I mean, I kind of hinted at it in my initial thing. The workforce we have is young, so they have the knowledge but not necessarily the skills. So everybody that we've taken on, and it's about 1,200 people or so in Hyderabad, they've all had on-the-job training or gone through apprenticeship schemes like Rolls-Royce does to bring that skill level up. To date, we haven't seen a shortage. We've got sufficient people, we've skilled them up, and as I say, they're going to be an asset for the next few decades because they're so young, which is a real advantage.
See, it's crucial because if you need to compete with the best in the world, the quality of products that's produced in India and the image that we are going to create that products produced in India matches with the best in the world. And so therefore the skilling becomes a very crucial. And there are a number of initiatives that has been generated at the skilling level. And we have approached from our organization of training our own, establishing internal universities. We are also thinking of partnering with government, partnering with various institutes, and looking at how we can really accelerate the skilling from an overall perspective. So we have touched on India as a market. We have seen the growth. We are looking at investments. We are also seeing the importance of service. We have talked about it. From your perspective, there is also a digitization is happening there. And have you seen any of you from your side a significant impact that's going to have in your operations or moving some of the products, some of the aspects into the value chain, global value chain, into the country from a business perspective? Any new thinking? If there is an automation is going to happen, if there is a technology is going to be involved, is it going to facilitate not only the engagement with the government, but I'm also talking about internal technological connection. That's going to bring more manufacturing processes, more services as a contributory to the global value chain. So it is India becoming a key part of the global value chain. Any thoughts on this? Right now you are contributing from a Rolls-Royce perspective. You mentioned that there are a number of services, aspects that you are contributing. You are partnering as a JV, but would you look at contributing some of the aspects into the global value chain from your perspective?
If I understood your question correctly, I'll take it up for a second, Phil. Yeah, I think if I understood you right, every company comes into this country, starts off with, especially a technology company like ours, they come in here, they start looking at it as a great opportunity to hire engineers, leverage the engineering talent of this country and build out from there. And we have done that journey as well. As we went along, we figured apart from just having capacity, thousands of engineers, it is very important to build the capabilities. When you talk about capabilities, it is about having systems in play, not just component design. When you get into systems design, then it means you got IP into play, then it means you have skill in play, then it means you're looking at the creme de la creme and holding on to them, creating opportunities for them so that they will stay with the company and build the company forward. And all this, once capability becomes the need of the hour, then automatically it flows into the global processes. And that's what our experience shows. Today, we had 1,000 people that we had as outsourced engineers in this country. We have decided to hire 500 more people last July. Since last July, we are in the process of hiring 500 more engineers. When we build these engineers, these people are going to be developing products. And if the journey continues in the right direction, they'll be patenting. They'll be creating products in this country that will be used for the globe. That is the intent as we go forward.
Thank you. So creating product.
I just need to comment from the government's perspective. When we talk about automation, it may be very great for a company to be doing it, but the entire focus of our Make in India initiative is not only to have rapid industrial growth, but also to create more jobs. So for us, when we look at even FDI and the big MNCs coming to India, we're looking at what are the kind of forward and backward linkages which are going to be created, how the ancillary industry is going to come up, how much of industry will come in the MSME sector. So really, the focus when government is talking about Make in India, a very key thing which figures in our scheme of things is how many jobs are you going to create and how are we going to able to employ. We keep talking about India's demographic dividend. So we wouldn't like it to become a problem. So we are keeping the focus always, whenever we look at Make in India, as to how we are going to create so many jobs so that people are gainfully employed in the country. So for us, automation may be great for an industry or an industrial enterprise to do, but we would be looking at the ancillaries coming up, how we are building up skills. One of, you talked about skills. There's another thing we've been discussing in government. That is that we talk about skills. What about access to skills? So we are all along focusing on this issue that who gets the opportunity to acquire the best of skills. So we would also like to ensure that when we are focusing on skills, then we are looking at the issue of access to skill. And one of the subjects being discussed was, can we allow companies to use CSR funds for skilling? So we build a strong industry linkage in terms of what is the skill set that is required. And we also create an incentive where the company skills and uses its own CSR funds for that, so that the child or the young boy or girl does not find themselves left out of the process of acquiring the skills. So, we at the government side look at these things a little differently. Just thought I'll bring in the government perspective.
No, thank you. I think you're making a very important point, because from a large skilling perspective, the right incentive from the government is going to help the companies to focus on these areas, and also to facilitate some partnership with the education institutes in developing the right ways. So we have few minutes. I just want for final comments from each of the people. Do you have any specific comments to make? Irene, I would go.
Thank you. I'm very grateful, in fact, for Secretary Kaur to make these comments on in relation to the skill and the job creation objective of Make in India. And again, I think the comprehensive policy approach which is behind the Make in India program has to be commended. And I'd like to recall that in addition to the objective in terms of share of GDP of the manufacturing sector, there is this very ambitious target of 100 million jobs by 2022. And in fact, this has been a difficult thing in the past decade, again, with the growth of the manufacturing sector not creating enough jobs in the Indian labor markets. And I think it's very important to emphasize the importance of the government's effort also to tackle labor market reforms, to introduce a bit more of flexibility, as well also as to improve the tax system for the small companies, so as to avoid to have this kind of capture of a lot of small firms below 10 employees who are, let's say, have facing negative incentive to grow and thus to create more formal and quality jobs that would allow the population to benefit from in fact, the development of the manufacturing sector. So I think having this broad policy approach, including skills and access to education, but also labor market and tax reform, so to create the right incentives for the enterprise to develop in the manufacturing sector and create quality jobs is extremely important.
Ambassador Vishnu, any final comments from your side?
No, I thought the remarks that you just heard are spot on. I would add only one additional thought, and that is, I think you're going to find that the more the economy is open, the less barriers are in place, the faster job generation is going to occur. That if the objective is to impose job numbers on industries, you'll get less job creation. And if you have less impediments in the economy and more growth in the number of new industries that arrive, you're going to end up with the numbers you're looking for. So a more liberal economy, a less government-controlled economy is going to give India the numbers she's looking for.
So thank you. I think we are almost on time. I just want to sum up a few important themes that have come up during the discussion. So we talked about in terms of the FTI, there is an increase in the investment that is happening, but also the panelists commented saying that it has to be broader and it has to be inclusive. And Secretary mentioned the job growth is an essential component of the Make in India initiative. That's one. Second one is skilling is a broad-based and there are some incentives which being planned. The importance of service sector supporting the growth of the manufacturing sector that has come up. Clearly there is all the panelists have supported saying that the ease of business during the past 18 months after the Make in India initiative, the type of engagement we see at the state level as well as at the government level is clearly a positive change, and it definitely is going to drive the growth. And there is a fundamentals like demographic dividend is already there in the country. And also on that point, we also talked about a strong domestic market will complement the exports. So these are some of the broad themes that have come up that's going to help and shape. Most importantly, the final thought from my side is for everything to execute, so we need to have a strong leadership. So I think India has got the tremendous leadership at the center with Prime Minister Modi ji, and particularly we are in Andhra Pradesh and we are seeing the ambitious growth plan of Andhra Pradesh. We have an exemplary leader in Chandrababu Naidu Garu. So we are going to see all these things resulting in the right attitude, right policies, or needs to be executed at the right frame of mind. I would like to thank all the panelists for the insights, and I would like to thank the audience for their attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our dignitaries and our panelists, and thank you, Mr. Srinivasan, for chairing this session. And I'm sure all of us here have hugely benefited from the expertise and knowledge of all our dignitaries and panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. Please allow us a few moments to set the stage for our next session. Our next session, titled Driving Prosperity Through Port-Led Development, would be starting in just a few moments. May we please request you all to kindly remain seated? May we please request you all to kindly remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow us a few moments to set the stage for our next session titled Driving Prosperity Through Port-Led Development. We all are aware, ladies and gentlemen, that India's vast coastline Richard Reiki, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to hand it over to him.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I think this is the last session. We are standing between you and your evening dinner. So we'll try to keep it efficient. We'll run it efficiently. I think it's a very, very important topic. I mean, if you look at it, we have this coastline, which is the second largest coastline running across India after Gujarat. And the point is, if China's come out with a proposal of one belt, one road, where they're trying to build the old new Silk Route, this old Silk Route there, why can't India or why can't not Andhra Pradesh look at this as the gateway to encouraging both import and export from this port, and this gateway which will actually make it much more efficient to bring goods in and take goods out. We've got a very good panel out here, but before we get into the topic, I think it's very, very, it is my privilege and pleasure to welcome the Honorable Minister, Mr. Chowdhury, who's come here, who will give a keynote address for this session before we get into the discussion. And without further ado, may I request Mr. Chowdhury to give his keynote address, and then we will get into the main session. Thank you.
Distinguished members on the dais and members of the dais, very good evening to one and all. Primarily, we should admire the state government, Andhra Pradesh government, for making such a wonderful arrangements in a place which is a makeshift arrangement. So I start with congratulating the state government and the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. As a matter of fact, yesterday evening only, they told me about this particular subject about driving prosperity through port-led development. So, though this subject is no way connected with my portfolio, what I am handling now, for a moment, my mind was taken over by a volley of thoughts. Then whether it is port-led development or we should think of port-based development. Ladies and gentlemen, you may think as to what possible difference do these few words I make here. Are we looking for development and prosperity from the benchmark of cargo handling and its statistics of SEZs, or creation of infrastructure including warehousing facilities, or are we looking for overall coastal development? The coastline, as we were talking about, the second longest coastline, what we have, about 972 kilometers. To the best of my knowledge goes, the coastal development seems to be a more comprehensive expression than the other three, and it is likely to have people at the center of it, at every port. Be that so, as it may, let us not debate on what should be the ideal theme and the semantics of it. I do not want to spend time in elaborating what could be the possible difference between all these for the common people, for the developers of ports, for policymakers, etc. But certainly, I would like to park this question to all of you for visualizing the difference between all these expressions from the policymakers' point of view, and above all, the common people who matters to us. Because every port development is going to primarily affect the many common people, whether it's a fisherman or people who have been living surroundings for ages. As a matter of fact, I am fortunate to see many greenfield ports being developed in our country during my active entrepreneur career time for the past 20 years or so, such as ports like JNPT, Kandla Mundra, Pipava, Ennore, Tuticorin, Krishnapatnam, Kattupalli, Gangavaram, Paradeep, definitely have grown phenomenally. From handling bulk cargo and liquid cargo, jetties to us have graduated to creation of state-of-the-art container handling facilities. I don't have to take the assistance of numbers to set right perspective as to how port-based or port-led development can be one of the driver of prosperity in India, and particularly to coastal states like Andhra Pradesh, which all of you are well aware, and it's a fact. Having said so, to connect us to the topic and to see where we are, I must refresh your memory by saying that India has 13 major ports and 185 non-major ports. Out of that, AP has one major port, that is Visakhapatnam, and 14 notified non-major ports. I am not sure as to what is the number of non-notified ports across the nation. When we visualize port-led development, what's tickler our imagination is development of infrastructure to primarily transport cargo, goods into and from the ports. We should not stop there. It has to be overall development, like transit facilities, warehousing facilities, and handling of all these activities are also a point of consideration. We need to further expand the scope. Ports cannot be developed in isolation. There must be some major activity which should be using the port facilities created. Industry, mines, natural resources, etc. In addition to many of the developed country ports, if we see, even some of the theme parks, some of the cruise harbors, all are also associated with many ports. Ports must be integrated with the inland waterways, railways, and highways. When we talk about, in fact, in China, when Disneyland wants to set up, they also looked at near the port. At the same time, they also insisted for highways and railway connectivity. Perhaps not many governments in the past have taken a comprehensive view and taken proper steps to see all of them as a port of single agenda. Our government has taken up Sagarmala project. The idea is to develop a string of ports along the Indian coast. This project intends to achieve the broad objectives of enhancing the capacity of major and non-major ports and modernizing them to make them efficient, thereby enabling them to become drivers of port-led economic activity. We intend to optimize the use of existing infrastructure and create future transport assets and develop new lines linkages for transport, including roads, rail, inland waterways, and coastal routes. Setting up of logistic hubs and establishment of industries and manufacturing centers to be served by ports in EXIM and domestic trade is also a part of target. In addition to strengthening port and execution infrastructure, it also aims at simplifying procedures used at ports for cargo movement and promotes usage of electronic channels for information exchange, leading to quick, efficient, hassle-free, and seamless cargo movement. That also should take care of the security aspect of our country. My experience had been that all the ports I have named at the beginning of my address, which have come up in front of our own eyes, have transformed the lives of many people around the port. So this is which we have to pick up and ensure that is explained and bring awareness for any new port development. That is where the common people will get a lot of confidence. Seeing is believing. I have seen this with my own eyes. As a people's representative and a public servant, I do not need anything more than that. Experts are on the panel. They have success stories and experience to share about building ports, developing many ports, operating them. I am sure that their journey to what they are today in that field was not a path of roses. In the process of grabbing the opportunities and translating their vision and dreams into reality, they must have faced challenges. We also have to hear them, and we have to think of resolving, coming up with a workable financial modeling. All PPAs, whatever it is, private-public participation, stories are not that great, whether it is SEZs or ports or airports, whatever it is. Keeping in the view of certain growth projections, many of the entrepreneurs have quoted sometimes very high, sometimes very low. That is what today national highways, ports, airports, each and every entrepreneur is linked to the overall economy. Thereby, one has to think of a model which is practically possible, which should not be like, we should not allow these projects to either loot or lose. We should design a model wherein no looting, no losing. That's how, and no fighting. We also should not end up in getting all the cases into many of the courts. Many of you may wonder as to what is going to happen at the ground level after Sagarmala project. The impact of which is going to be reality that most of us are going to witness in around probably in 2 decades. I am sure that Sagarmala initiative will focus on port-led industrialization, port-based urbanization, port-based and coastal tourism and recreational activities. So this is going to be a booster dose for rural urbanization. Many of the ports are located in many of the rural areas. Short sea shipping, coastal shipping and inland waterways transportation, shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, logistics, parks, warehousing, maritime zones, services, etc. In addition to training, skill development for coastal business, integration with hinterland hubs, offshore storage, drilling platforms, specialization of ports in certain economic activities such as energy, containers, chemicals, coal, etc. Of course, agro products also can be added there. Offshore renewable energy projects with a base as the port, modernizing the existing ports and development of new ports. The strategy incorporates both aspects of port-led development vis-a-vis port-led direct development and port-led indirect development. In addition to this, we can also think of generating power through wave technology, which is underway. Friends, the idea is not to plan grand infrastructure where a few corporates and multinationals, foreign or homegrown, get the deals and taxpayers' money is spent on them. At the core of all these initiatives, we need to look at the larger good of greater number of common people. Success or failure of 1 or 2 ports should not matter. When we think of creating the infrastructure for the nation, we have to think about the sustainability and on a long-term basis. So many of the financial models, because of the shorter tenors, many of the infrastructure projects got into trouble. So today, whether it is openly stated or not, the country is reeling with the many of the projects which got struck because of the improper financial modeling. Because many of the infrastructure projects have established based on the certain projected growth, which has not taken place. But we are very fortunate today we are at 7+ percentage of growth we have been reporting in our country, while something is not happening on the ground. But we are much better than many of the global countries. So economical viability has to be worked out, and tender modeling has to be changed. It should not be loaded upfront. As long as we generate, because the KPMG is a pioneer. So I request and suggest that the modeling should be based on the cash flows. End of the day, whatever you build, we can build many of the Taj Mahals and Charminars and Golcondas as monuments, but we need to have economic monuments. Economically, they have to be viable, and the cash flow it has to be every entrepreneur, government, investor, banker, lender, everyone has to be a party to the development, and every action, everyone has to take responsibility, and a pie chart has to be prepared. If it is going to service, it should be serviced. Otherwise, it should be, everyone has to put up with the cycle of the economy. And every investor, whether it is a lender or otherwise, we all are fully aware that our founding fathers never said it, we can draw only P account. Everyone said P and L, profit and loss. One has to realize that and see that the cash flow has to work towards getting a better surplus money. We have to, it may take longer time than what we estimate sometimes. And we also should avoid legal complications. Because many of us, I don't want to name any country, but I don't want our country to become like some of the developed nations, to get on to, for every point, reading in between lines and pull the government or otherwise. So these things also have to be covered. And end of the day, everyone will agree that we are, any entrepreneur or government, whoever it is going to be a nation's asset. Nobody is going to own it. So the cash flows are important, and more emphasis has to be given for the cash flows. So such kind of modeling is required, in my opinion. With these few words, at the outset, I would like to throw the panel for open discussions. I expect definitely this the summit is going to give lot of value addition. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I think the minister has thrown a challenge to the panel, actually. And in terms of his understanding of how to run business, I think it was pretty clear he understood the challenges on cash flows. He also said on the PPP model, spoke about displacement of the common man. If you're going to start building this, how does one take care of that? I think some very, very important points have been raised. The way we're going to run this panel is going to be very simple. I'll just give some opening remarks, and then I'll request my fellow panel members, because they're all eminent people who have actually run ports or who are in the business of financing, and they understand the challenges of financing, and get them to speak for 5 to 6 minutes each. And then I would throw the floor open to everybody to ask whatever question you may have, so that some of the questions that you have actually get answered. So I'll just do an opening kind of overview before I ask my other panel members to come and speak. I think the minister has already spoken about Andhra Pradesh having the second largest coastline of 974 kilometers after Gujarat. And I think this actually opens up an opportunity for becoming the economic gravity for the state. Because this coastal development will help the development of the state and maybe ignite it. Let's understand, when we talk of coastal development, it's just not developing the coast, but you're also developing an entire ecosystem which will boost the economy of the state. Like I was telling you, China has got this one belt, one road. I don't know how many of you have heard of it, but if you have not heard of it, they want to build out the infrastructure in 70 countries outside of China and taking the old Silk Route which is going to be funded, infrastructure is going to be built out. And so when we look at India, and when we look at what is the neighboring part on this entire east coast of India, which is the neighboring countries, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, all these countries which are Myanmar, all these countries which are there, we are surrounded by a global economy which today is 3.4 trillion. Now that, and if you look at the trade that India does with the ASEAN, it's about 70 billion, expected to go up to about 200 billion by 2020. Now that's the opportunity size which you are seeing. And if Visakhapatnam, this entire Andhra Pradesh, can actually become that coastal belt or can become that avenue through which trade will both flow in and out. Now this will require a lot of challenges. First of all, what are you trying to build out? Are you trying to build out a port city? Because as Andhra is getting built out, and if we want to build Andhra out, we'll have to have at least 4 to 5 mega cities that will have to be built in Andhra. And some of them can be port cities, which have a lot of advantages. If you look at all the examples of Dubai, you take the examples of Singapore, you take China, all the development that took place around the port cities. But it is just not just developing on the port. It's not a port getting developed alone. It's also the entire ecosystem. What do you want to build that port city for? Do you want to build it for import and re-export? If you look at Singapore and Dubai, between 28 and 30% of their re-export, all what they import in gets re-exported. Because what they are doing, they are bringing in the material, because you bring it in at a cheap cost, you bring it in with, there is just at the port, and you can do a value addition to it and you re-export it. For this, we will have to re-look at our taxation laws. We'll have to see how to give incentives to people to actually come in and do this, because you cannot continue to charge them tax if they are re-exporting and say, okay, now you go and get the refund from a department. So I think there has to be a lot of this thing around this import-export. The second one could be, because you're a port city, can you develop an ecosystem where manufacturing, etc. gets done somewhere close to the port, where it can be, materials can come in, you do your manufacturing and it goes out. Or it can be sent to the other part of the country. So while you are developing your port on this side, you will have to develop the inland roadways which will connect it to the rest of the country. You cannot have something that is not connected. So I think it's very, very important to see how you actually develop the entire ecosystem before you can look at becoming this. Secondly, I think the other important point that I wanted to put across was that funding, the minister just mentioned about PPP, but I think India's biggest challenge today, and I will request the managing director of Exim Bank to actually talk about funding in his talk, because that's our biggest challenge today. If you ask me, on all our infra projects, we call them failed projects. Many of us, because you look at all these infra companies, they are stretched, their balance sheets are stretched. I think the challenge has been more basic. The challenge has been that India did not, or does not even today, have an infrastructure development fund, because you cannot run large infrastructure projects on our current financing model. They are doomed for failure from the day you give them the loan. because all these projects have a long gestation period, which is anything between 10 to 12 or 15 years, and it's only after that that they start actually getting the cash flow start coming in. And if you are expected to start paying these loan backs in 5 years, I think that loan is doomed for failure, or that company is doomed for. So I think even when we are looking at this development in Andhra, we will have to see, because on one side, we have a lot of these long-term pension funds, etc., who may be looking at India with a lot of interest of where they can do government-to-government lending, and then those funds can actually be used in a development fund, which can then be used for funding such projects. And of course, we need to get our PPP model right. That I completely agree, because some PPP models have worked, very few of them have worked. Most of them have had challenges in India, but let's learn from other countries. It's not in other countries they have worked. I mean, if you look at a lot of the places where privatization has taken place, or where private sector has gotten in investments, those models have succeeded in other countries. We can learn, and fortunately, we have somebody from IFC, and Isabel from IFC, and maybe she can share some good examples. And I would request her to concentrate on those examples, because we can learn from them. Because why not learn from other people's experiences and see what we can do from there? So I would say funding is a big challenge. Secondly, we could look at this entire coast area, which I'm not sure whether we even look at it from this thing of tourism. Because if we look at it, we have, everybody has an opportunity of flying, everybody has on the road, rail. Waterways is a big area of tourism, also of moving goods from one place to the other. So I think we need to develop it in such a way, and I think Andhra has got it right, if you ask me. They have not gone for big port development, because big port development is very costly. They are saying we'll go for small ports. That is much more efficient, much more effective, and one could use that as a good opportunity. And we should also understand one very important point. The world is changing. The world is moving to a very disruptive model where technology and electronics is taking over everybody's life. If somebody thinks that he's sitting in a banking sector, can somebody explain to me, what are these new banks? Are they banks or IT companies? What is e-commerce? Is it trade? Is it IT? Is it logistics? What are the company? I think there is a merging of sectors that is taking place at such a fast pace, much faster than what we can conceive. And I think the advantage that Andhra has, that you have the advantage of setting up these ports at a time when technology is available and one can put high tech into these ports and create the technology, the latest technology. Secondly, with electronics becoming what it is, can Andhra become the hub for electronic manufacturing? Can Andhra at these port towns become the hub of electronic manufacturing? The mobile phone that we all carry with us is going to become the singular largest device which is going to operate everything in your life, from your credit card, from the way you, every single opportunity, every single business is going to be conducted. Today, why is e-commerce successful? The only reason e-commerce is successful to what it achieved was because they were able to get the smartphone into a number of Indians' hands at a price point which was affordable. And with 4G coming out and that becoming, you're going to see an exponential growth. So electronics is going to overtake our life. Andhra can become the electronics manufacturing hub, and one should look at that very, very carefully. And being at the port town, being next to all these countries where all the technology and manufacturing is happening, being close, and we should take examples of Japan, Rotterdam, how they have developed the port towns. Because when something develops, real estate becomes very expensive. Government needs to step in and make it affordable. Because if you don't, you cannot be playing a real estate game out here. So I think we need to have sensible way in which we look at business and make sure that these business models actually work. So there are a lot of challenges, and I've got all my panel members here, and I will now request Mr. Yaduvendra Mathur from Exim Bank to come. you can do it from there also, to
very
come
much.
and share his views, and then we'll go on to the other panel members. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have 5-6 minutes. How many? Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and all my colleagues on the dais and all delegates. It's a pleasure being here. The Export-Import Bank of India is the premier institution. It's an act of the Parliament. We are 100% government owned, and it's a small niche institution which was created in '82 to internationalize India's trade. So while we started to do simple pre-shipment, post-shipment, typical trade financing, now over the years, sir, we have completely converted into long-term lending for investments in India, which are directly related to exports. So financing of ports, and I was asking the managing director about the port, and Exim Bank has financed this port so we are into infrastructure financing, like the chairman of this session asked me to share about. The focus today, I think, is only on driving prosperity. And the Honorable Chief Minister, who's driving this whole agenda, is absolutely clear how can port-led development drive prosperity of Andhra Pradesh. So I would completely compliment the policy framework which I have seen. It's uploaded on the net. I spent a lot of time last evening going through all the 16 policies, and they're perfectly aligned. I think the whole roadmap is laid out. So I think there is no confusion, or there ought to be no confusion about making your choices for investing in Andhra Pradesh. So out of the 14 districts, I understand more than 9 districts, 8 districts have a coastline, sir. I think except for 4 districts, the other districts all have some coastline or the other. Out of 13, 4 districts do not have a coastline, but the rest have a coastline. Now, the opportunity of a coastline is like having an electric connection. There are landlocked states, like I come from Rajasthan, where there is no port. So those states are blessed, and Andhra is really blessed to have connection, like you're connected to the grid. If you're connected to the grid, you can access power, and if you're not connected to grid and you're setting up a distributed generation, you're putting up a solar panel and you're in some remote village, then you are not at that quality if you're connected to the grid. So first of all, connected to the grid is completely a plus point. Make the most use of it. I would disagree with an earlier panel I was listening where it was said that the Make in India is not connected with an export from India. I completely disagree with that strategy. I think Government of India's Make in India is absolutely clear. It is Make Brand India. Really, Make in India is put up the stamp. This is made in India. Now, made in India doesn't technically mean only made in India. It could be part made in India, part made in Vietnam, and then exported to USA. Earlier speaker also mentioned, one of the panelists, Mr. Weisner, said that TPP is come, and now TPP is a big threat to India. Now, the policymakers have to realize the entire US-European market is going to be closed to India if we were not a part of the global regional trading agreements. So, in fact, day after, Nirmala Sitharamanji and other trade ministers from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar and Vietnam, we are all assembling in Chennai to actually talk about taking Indian companies to do a part of their manufacturing in one of these CLMV countries. So, my friends, I urge you, I implore you, use this opportunity to make a part of it in Andhra Pradesh. Since you are connected to the grid, the ships can take your products to any of the countries you choose. Understand the trading rules which have come up. It is not a question of input costs. We are probably in manufacturing too much concerned about the cost it will take me to manufacture to become competitive. It's not a question of the cost. It's a question at what price you can sell. If you can sell, Bangladesh has overtaken India in textile exports, textile made-up exports. They did $37 billion. We are at about 29 or 30 billion. Bangladesh has taken over. Not because they have better technology, not because interest rates are lower. It's just because they have tariff preference by US and Europe. You export from India, you are tariffed at between 7 to 15%. You export from Bangladesh, zero tariff. So the rules of the game are being ganged up against India. On the flip side, it's also true we didn't become a member of the APEC. And we have no roadmap to become a member of TPP. And what is the TPP? It is rules-based, standard-based game. For example, you want to be a dairy producer and you want to export dairy products to even a country like Russia. You know, the first thing they will ask you if you export dairy products to Russia, give me the list of those 1,000 cows or buffaloes whose milk has gone up into the dairy product. The rules mandate that you have to show which were the buffaloes or cows whose milk went into the dairy product. Now in India, we are not designed that way. We don't have dairy farms with 1,000 or more cows. Our whole architecture is different. So either we try to influence, because the Western world has done this to protect Australia and New Zealand. Australia and New Zealand are big dairy producers and they're exporters. They have the market. They don't want India to compete and get into that game. So the rules are, you don't have 1,000 cows' names and details, you can't export dairy products.
They're asking feed also.
So what feed are you giving? So please, please, please take away the discourse from land cost kitna hai, power kitna hai. You know, we are so much stuck into all this and competitive, you know, which state is giving it more, which state is giving it less. Get into the rules of trade. Please understand that Make in India is also about getting together with the CIIs and the ASSOCHAMs and the FICCIs to get into the detailing of the technical specifications of your product. That is where we have to collaborate as a huge market power. And when we allow FDI to come in, we should not kill our Indian industries. My other scare is global standards will come into India which will actually not allow Indian branded companies to go global. You know, Foxconn was sitting here. An Apple phone is manufactured by Foxconn in China for $175 and it is retailed in US at $500. So US Apple makes $325 per Apple phone. You know, poor Foxconn doesn't make that $175. It gets only $7 as its manufacturing cost. $168 is the cost that goes into a iPhone, even if it is made in China. It goes to New Zealand, to Australia, to Japan, to Korea, you know, all the components go in. So the manufacturing game is only $7 on a $500 New York retailed phone. So where's the money? The money is in the IP. So we in India have to get together and make the IP. We got to make in Andhra the IP, make complex products, make medical electronic products. There are 16 product categories. Exim did a study. Yeah. So you got it all in Andhra. You got the IT, you got the brain power. Please make complex products. You know, develop, design new innovative products, disrupt the market, and then capture the world. Don't permit our standards and don't get into the discourse of cost minimization, you know, strategy. Play the big game. And I think perfectly suited Andhra to go into the ASEAN market under the RCEP, which we will be members, which is 10 ASEAN countries plus 6. That is what the Commerce Ministry is driving. I hope that happens. But the bottom line is, please get into the rules of the trade so that will bring prosperity to the SMEs. I was asked about funding of infrastructure. While that is key, but it is also disastrous to see defaulters, big, highly over-leveraged companies hogging the limelight as if they are bringing in the investment. It is not their investment, my friends. They will put in 5 or 10% of their equity. They will leverage from the banks. So the real investment is from the financial institutions. And banks will not lend to defaulters or SMAs or highly leveraged companies. So go to the SMEs. I'm sure the policies in Andhra will completely flow to encourage the mid-cap company, the small SMEs to grow scale. Target 50 crores. You know, we have a new definition. Government of India has still not amended MSME policies. But if you don't have a market, you're not a 50 crore company, I don't think you can be a global player. Or you cannot even step out of Andhra Pradesh. Target 50 crores. Don't be stuck with that 10 crore, 5 crore mark. Somehow collaborate. You are alone small, build teams. As somebody said, you know, service export was mentioned. Service is nothing but project exports. From Exim Bank, we are doing a lot of lending at the behest of Government of India to Africa and to other developing countries. So when you hear that Indian government gives LOCs, the lines of credit, it is through Exim Bank. We raise dollars internationally. We are an export credit agency. And when we give a loan to a country, 75% that country has to use that money to import from India. So today we have also signed an MOU with the Andhra Pradesh Industries Department, and we would want you in Andhra to take full advantage of the opportunities for project exports. So it's not only your quality and the product you make, it is but the credit that you can give to the buyer. You know, the US Exim Bank has been in existence for 100 years, and it is a part of the US Treasury. So unlimited funds, US can print away its inflation. We know how expansionist that economy, how it operates. It can print currency notes. Inflation doesn't visit US because they can export away inflation. Many countries, US dollar is the currency. So US Exim Bank promotes sale of Boeing. You buy a Boeing aircraft, US Exim will give 50 years loan to the company Air India, whoever buys Boeing. Why? Because they want to promote the sale of Boeing, because Boeing is jobs. So in India, we are encouraging large Indian companies, we are encouraging mid-cap companies to secure overseas orders by giving loans to those sovereign countries. So we have extended over 19 billion, Honorable Minister, to 65 countries in the world, and the Honorable Prime Minister announced another $10 billion in the India-Africa Forum Summit. So literally $10 billion of loan will be given to African countries to do what? 75% of that 10 billion will come back to Indian project exporters. It will create jobs here. So the game really is to give loans to the buyer so that they will be forced to only buy from India. It's tied aid, but that's the game being played world over. KFW, JICA, JBIC, JBIC, they are not doing charity by giving us loans. They are tying it to exports from their country. We are doing the same game. You go and invest in these countries, you set up manufacturing, work with the state government. We will be working under this MOU with Andhra government to tell you to which country we have given loans so that they will have to buy from India. Now, whether they buy from Andhra Pradesh or they buy from Maharashtra is the choice of that country, but they will have to jolly well buy from India. So why not the best manufacturers from Andhra Pradesh get that business? So this is the fight, not to bring down within India, but to capture new markets. So Make in India is completely an export-driven game, at least that's the way I see. Please manufacture in Andhra, but capture global markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
For the global market.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mathur. At the end, I will summarize the discussion, but may I request Mr. Sasidhar to give his comments for 5 to 7 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Minister and panelists. Krishnapatnam Port was actually founded by Cholas about 1200 years back, and then after that King Krishnadevaraya about 500 years back he started. When he started, he used to do pearl trading. Within little bit of trading, there's a small town formed called Mutkur, because it's Mutyam, it's called Mutkur. And after that, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, he founded us, and in 1996 the foundation stone was laid with his vision that this port can start. Now, when Cholas identified this place, they saw in those days with those technologies, I don't know how, but they identified this as there's a dip in the east coast, because whenever a cyclone comes, a cyclone is in the water, on the water, it tries to approach the land nearest to it. So this port is little inside. So that's why it's not a cyclone prone. That is what these two, Cholas and Krishnadevaraya, that's how they found this port. And then after that, Chandrababu Naidu found this. So I really congratulate Chandrababu Naidu Garu on this and his vision. And then now, after this form, then there was Natco Pharma and others were formed. Then we took over. When we took over, it was inaugurated in 2007. About we are 7 to 8 years old now. And we believed in building infrastructure ahead of requirement, and growth comes naturally. That's how we started building, and we are the only company or only project which is successful in India in that way. So, and then what we found out here is, we always fight with governments that, listen, we want to have a easy to do business policies. We thought, let's start with ourselves. So we built infrastructure to the customer needs. Like we found out, we started single window. So normally in all the ports are landlord models. But we found a lot of problems in landlord problems. There are a lot of gaps. There's so many agencies. A customer have to go through 7 to 8 agencies to get his cargo in and out of a port. So we said single window. Again, this also started by Chandrababu Naidu in those days. So we started that single window. We take the cargo, whether it's coming by ship, it's import or export, we do complete transaction for the customer. So here is the single point contact. So again, when coming, how we have to also look at this prosperity around the place. So in this single window, we started observing how to do everything. Now, security, we have our own security academy to secure the port. We have our own warehousing. We have our own trucks which can do trucking from berth to yard to warehouse. So now idea is, now when we took this security academy, we found fishermen who are, whenever you do fishing, you need a lot of patience. So we took a lot of fishermen in the security academy, because in the security guard have to stand, he have to have a lot of patience. So we found those, the strengths of each areas, and then kept on going on. I think I'm taking a lot of time. So, you okay? Okay, so I'll give you ask me questions.
Sure, okay. Thank you, Mr. Sasidhar. Now I will request Isabel Chatterton, who's from the IFC, to share some experiences from the international, because we are learning, and it's good to learn from how others actually have developed it. May I request you to share a few comments?
Thank you, Mr. Recchi. Honorable Minister and distinguished panel members, I'm delighted to be here today. I guess one of the reasons why we've been asked to participate in the panel is because IFC is the largest multilateral that is in looking at development of the private sector. We have invested either through debt or equity over the last 30 years in about 70 ports globally. Currently we have over $1.5 billion of exposure. So I was asked to present something interesting about what we see has worked overseas. If I think of a similar case, I can think of a project we supported in 2001 in Brazil. Back in the 1950s, the federal government of Brazil undertook a very ambitious development of the port sector. They were looking to reduce the imbalance that existed in the country at the time, which was very developed southern provinces and relatively less developed and poorer northern states in the country. So in 1978, one of the northern states had one port, Suape. It undertook a very extensive development of the port, including looking at the forward and backward linkages to the industrial zones development, and we took part in one of the container terminals development. What is interesting is not how well the port developed. Actually, the port was awarded through a concession, a 30-year concession to a Filipino company. It increased capacity 6 times in 7 years. It invested $100 million relatively quickly. But that's not what is interesting about the story. What is interesting about the story is the actual additional benefits to the economy and the added economic benefits that could be counted on. So 10 years after this port had been commissioned, we undertook an independent third-party study of the project, precisely to see what are the real benefits above and beyond those expected from the port. And what we found was striking. This independent company, certified from econometric studies, firm survey, etc., that there had been not only 6,200 additional jobs created in addition to the jobs created at the port, but that there were $128 million annually that were being provided to the regional state economy because of the existence of the port. This is above and beyond the actual production at the port. At the firm level, the results were staggering. There were firms who would have gone out of business. There was one plastic bottle manufacturer who would have lost 78% of its profits if he would have had to go to a different port, and the closest port was 800 kilometers away. There was another import-export company that would have lost 32% of its profits. So I agree with Mr. Recchi that the state of AP has a unique opportunity at hand, which is to look at a very visionary way of developing the state that looks at the ports not at single infrastructure assets, but at critical catalytic opportunities to develop the economy as a whole, in particular looking at higher value-added activities. So the Honorable Minister mentioned the importance of technology and science, and we see that in all of the port projects that we work on. Very often we do too much on the hardcore infrastructure and we do not do enough in the soft infrastructure, the customs, the duties, the single windows, the processes and the procedures. There's incredible value added today that it can be brought through technology. But in addition to that, the countries where we have seen tremendous economic impact being brought back to the economy are those countries where we have seen a very bullish and ambitious development of the port as a catalytic engine of growth, when you are actually able to look at the forward and the backward linkages. So let me stop there. I'm sure that you have some questions to ask, and I'll be happy to provide further details of further projects if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. May I request Mr. Krishna Babu to share his views with everybody? Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends. Honorable Minister, distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. Because the importance of this port-led development, the strategy of Honorable Chief Minister, the live example is Vizag, where we are all meeting. Maybe I will not go to the Chola period, but 1933, when the Vizag port has started, the present city population is less than 10,000. And maybe in a period of 80 years, with the growth of the industry associated with the port infrastructure, we have almost grown to 2 million population. This itself shows how a port can make a difference to the city, to the habitation, and how it will be a catalyst for real growth economically as well as population-wise. So when presently we have a very good infrastructure because Honorable Chief Minister always takes pride in all the 4 ports, whatever operating in Andhra Pradesh. And of course, he is not satisfied with the number. He wants to spruce it up and also go for a further number. But the present 4 ports have very good capacity. All are operating almost on international efficiency parameters. But only thing is, of course, operating at good parameters is not itself sufficient. We have to have a lot of linkages because the port can be successful only when it's having a good evacuation infrastructure. So maybe that is where we are lagging as on today, but I am sure Honorable Chief Minister and also Government of India with the thrust on Sagaramala to improve the infrastructure for maybe connecting the ports to the hinterland. That is the main thing. The logistic cost, everybody is interested. What is the total logistic cost in end-to-end cost in the port, as well as till the commodity reaches to their destination? So maybe in the overall logistic cost, the port per se handling charges may not be that high. It's almost 250 rupees per ton, whereas any commodity getting transported from Australia, South Africa, Indonesia or any other country, this 250 rupees is not a major thing. The major thing is maybe the landward transportation where a lot of stress need to be laid. Maybe fortunately West Coast has best railway infrastructure, but somehow East Coast is picking up now, and whatever deficiencies we have connecting the hinterland to us, whether it is RV line, Vijayanagaram, Raipur line, connecting to central India, because Andhra Pradesh truly, as the Honorable CM dreams, it will be a logistic hub of the East Coast. But that only will happen once we are connected to Raipur and maybe up to Delhi, because we are the nearest port for landlocked states, central India, including UP and West Bengal. So that is the prime focus. The state government is at it, and also Honorable Chief Minister taking with the government of India very aggressively the third freight line from Chennai to Calcutta, because the dedicated freight corridor is a distant dream, but we can definitely afford third freight line which is dedicated towards the freight. Now the two lines, whatever are available, each year maybe politically the passenger trains are increasing beyond a number, and getting some space for the cargo movement is becoming difficult day by day. So that is the focus, and I am happy that the state government is at it, and we are 100% sure that with the proactive government and the Chief Minister, this thing will happen. We all know that India, if we want to make in India concept a success, then our entire logistic cost has to come down. Maybe statistically, if we see, the logistic cost for getting the material and delivering to the destination is almost 19% of the product cost as on today in India, compared to almost 6 to 7% in whether it's China or Europe. So there is almost 12% difference wherein we are losing competitively. We are losing to most of the countries, developed countries, which are having good infrastructure. I visited the Tianjin port in China and Shanghai, port of Shanghai. So they take pride. Maybe the Shanghai port handles around 600 million tons of cargo, where all our 12 major ports together in India handle around 600 million tons. So they take pride in saying that when the vessel is sailing off, my last rake is moving out of our boundary. So that is the kind of linkages which will definitely help the reduce logistic cost as well as improve the efficiency of the port. Sagarmala, one of the very good program taken up by Government of India, definitely should show a way. The government of Andhra Pradesh has already identified 5 nodes, means Vizag, Chennai, the industrial corridor, and also Chennai-Bangalore industrial corridor. So naturally, once these coastal economic regions, the nodes, whatever are identified with good extent of land, if they are utilized to the maximum, naturally, and connectivity is established from the nearest ports, that is the focus is given, definitely we are hopeful that we will be much more competitive, because the logistic cost will be within the international norm. We also know the inland waterway have to take a lot of importance, because any water-based transport, whether it is a coastal shipping or inland waterway, the cost of transport of the good is 20 paise per kilometer per ton, whereas during rail travel, it will be around 1 rupee to 1 rupee 20 paise per kilometer per ton, and goes to 2 rupee 50 paise for the road transport. Road transport will always be, should always be discouraged, and maybe a lot of emphasis is being given by Government of India to see that coastal movements picks up. We are happy that maybe some quantities are going on coastal movement, and we are also, even RINL, our steel plant is planning for coastal movement of steel in large quantities. Cement, steel and coal definitely have a lot of potential for coastal movement, and Government of India is proposing a lot of incentives for coastal movement, including giving a lot of concessions and reduction of the charges for the vessels calling on the port for coastal movement. Then ease of doing business, definitely the Government of India stress is on ease of doing business, and the state government is giving all its best to see that efficiency of the ports increase. So unless we are at international norms, definitely we will not be able to attract a much better competitive atmosphere. So now the waiting time of the vessel and turnaround time of the vessel, as well as OSBD, output of ship per day, every parameter is being monitored from Government of India very closely, and we are on ERP almost from the point of view of the customers. Nobody need to come to the port. Everything is electronically managed. So a lot of improvements are coming. Definitely this will in a long way go in reducing the logistic cost for the consumer. And we hope that with the continued focus of both the state and central governments on these efficiency parameters, we will be having a much better future ahead. So we are also geographically well endowed. Visakhapatnam is almost middle of the east coast and nearer to the Southeast Asia and China, where from we exports as well as imports. We have very good business relations, and a major part of the trade is from these nations. So naturally, the Visakhapatnam and also other ports in Andhra Pradesh have the potential to become logistic hubs on the east coast. Now, the vessel container cargo from all these Southeast Asian and Chinese origin or destination going through JNPT. So that means just you can see how inefficient we are managing. So the vessel has to move at least 5 more sailing days to go to JNPT, entire circumventing the means India, and from there again landward cost. So just because we don't have sufficient infrastructure in terms of warehousing, the covered warehousing as well as air-conditioned warehousing, and good logistic evacuation facilities, because unless the evacuation is improved, this is likely to be a big issue. So Honorable Chief Minister, with his vision has provided almost 400 acres of land nearer to the port to see that the facilities are created. There is a lot of investment opportunity for all of you to invest in logistic hubs, such that we can at least divert part of the cargo destined towards all these states, especially Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, etc. So the PPP experience, of course, as the session goes, we'll come back, because Visakhapatnam Port Trust is one of the leader who has gone ahead with attracting the investments in PPP. The only problem is, as Honorable Minister has suggested, there should be some review mechanism. When you are stuck up in a problem, when you are stuck up in some cash flow problems, then there should be a mechanism to see that that is rectified, such that both the parties, it will be a win-win situation. Maybe unfortunately, everything, because over scrutiny by maybe CVC, CBI, and all these agencies, no freedom is there to at least see that whatever projects which are not happening as per the anticipated plan, we are not able to have a mid-term corrections. So any post-tender, post-bid modifications is a big news in media. So naturally, we'll always be cautious in decision. Maybe Honorable Minister may take up at the appropriate level to see that a mechanism is created, maybe Committee of Secretaries, Committee of Ministers, something like whatever they have in Europe and other places. Isabel will be much more maybe elaborating during the discussion session, where they have these kind of mechanisms, where some project is not getting into as per the anticipated lines, what to do to see that the revenue flow improves, and we generally again make the project successful. Ultimately, that is the main motto. Anyway, we will be interacting more during the session. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Krishna Babu. Now may I request Mr. G.J. Rao of GMR, private sector, to give his views. Thank you.
Honorable Minister and my colleagues on the dais and off the dais. I am in the private sector only for the last 4 years after completing 35 years in the government. So, though I am in private sector, I am more in the private government. See, the ports have basically, how they have started. In 1990s, there were used to be only the major ports with absolute monopoly. 19 to 95, the ports have developed competition within themselves. 95 to 2000, the ports have developed competence with other operators working within the port. Now the competition is so huge. Greenfield ports, brownfield ports, major ports, many ports have come. Whenever we think of the ports, they are considered to be the least in infrastructure. Any infrastructure conference you go, they talk about the road, they talk about the rail. The ports comes to the last. And like in any other this thing. As we all are aware, our population is increasing, vehicles are increasing, cargo movement is increasing. The only one thing which cannot be increased in our country is land. So land again requires for the construction of the existing roads, existing rail infrastructure, housing, social infrastructure, and again the same time agricultural land you cannot touch because that is the backbone of the development. Keeping this in mind, understanding the importance of movement of a coastal movement or a ship movement or a boat movement or a passenger movement, the day number 1, Honorable Chief Minister Sri Chandrababu Naidu has taken over as Chief Minister. He has said, district-wise, this is my development. And all the districts attached to the sea, he said there will be 1 or 2 ports minimum. That is how he has progressed. And to best luck to our Andhra Pradesh, I am also from the state of Andhra Pradesh. And for our state, we have got 974 kilometers of the coastal length. That is the biggest advantage to us. I was also looking at a news item recently that Honorable Chief Minister has advised the Ports Department that you construct jetties for movement of passenger boats. You see his forethought. Take it from me, 10 years from now, you will not be able to lay more roads. You will not be able to do any rail connectivities. The only way available to you is the coastal movement. I have no doubt about it. If I have to move my cargo, my household goods from Vizag to Kakinada, take it from me, I have to take it only by the sea. There is no doubt about that. Because we know how the things are happening in the country. Okay. Now, there are various reasons why the port-led development thing has come. You all must have seen, any time a power plant has to come here, give him a captive jetty there. This is how we go. But now the concept is completely changed. First you have a port, then the development will automatically come. That is why the port-led development is gaining momentum day by day. Keeping this in mind, we at Adani Group, I work with Adani Group, we work from Adani Group are increasingly putting our efforts for the development of the ports. Today, Adani Group has ports like Mundra, Hazira, Dahej and Dhamra as individual greenfield ports. We have terminals in Vizag Port, Mormugava Port, Tunatekra in Kandla on PPP mode, and ports like Vinjingam, terminal like Ennur Container Terminal are under construction. All our ports put together, today, you will appreciate our capacity is 400 million tons, but we have last year handled 150 million tons. This year we may cross to 170. But what I am only trying to say is, we only think of building up the capacity. The cargo will come. You see, port business is never static. Port business always has ups and downs. Today, definitely port business is in a very bad condition. I have no doubt. My working of almost 38 years in port sector, I have seen many ups and downs. So let all the port operators, our port management, or the greenfield ports, or PPP operators, let us not get worried too much about it. Our days will come again. So let us not bother too much that we are making losses, we are making profit. This Honorable Minister has said, no P, P and L. We have to have both together, then only we can move forward. Now, in fact, we are showing our interest in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh, unfortunately, except in Vizag, one terminal, we don't have any terminals. We are looking for
development of ports in Andhra Pradesh. We are bidding in almost all the tenders. So let us see how those things will happen. Any one of you who want to see a port with all modern facilities, modern infrastructure, and quality of environmental systems and quality of the operations, I would request any one of you to come to our parent port in Mundra and see that port. How we have built. When you are entering into the coal handling terminal, you will feel as if you are entering into the Brindavan Gardens. I am not boasting that. I would once again request you to please come and have a look at it. You yourself will certify my statement. What we want from the state governments or the governments, we need, whenever you are giving a port to somebody, you have to give him the land, either in cost or in lease or in whichever manner you want. And we need a rail connectivity up to the port. We need a road connectivity. We want them to help us in getting environmental clearances. If these things are not there, no port operator will come. If you will be surprised to know, in 2001 and 2002, when I issued a tender from one major port, I got 15 tenders with high competition. Today, any major port issues a tender, you are not getting offers. As Chairman Vizag Port rightly said, that conditions are so strict in the tenders, people are not willing to come. You see the Vizhinjam terminal, the state government of Kerala, they are giving, we have won that bid and we have started our work. They have given 40% VGF. Can you imagine a government giving 40% VGF? They have said that they will construct the breakwaters. They said that there will be no revenue share for 15 years. I am not telling that why they have given, I am not telling that why there was no cargo. But they wanted development. You just take an example of a port. Your direct labor may be 3,000, whereas an indirect labor will be 1,50,000 people who sell cigarettes, who sell tea, who shall supply the t-shirts, who will supply the petrol bunks, who will supply the trucks, truck driver, truck cleaner. Just see how many people are dependent when a port comes to a particular location. In fact, I was also hearing in the morning the lady from ADB was giving a lecture. I saw you have thought of Chennai to Vizag industrial corridor. The topmost only one district is left out, Srikakulam. See, today I am from Srikakulam district. Please don't think that I am selfish to Srikakulam district. Definitely, yes, I am selfish to Srikakulam district, definitely. What I am telling is, Srikakulam district has a lot of number of people. They don't have jobs. You develop there, industrial corridor is extended up to Srikakulam, definitely that district also will develop. So we have to think holistically throughout the areas where you have many people, where you can good labor and skill development. In Mundra, every year we train 500 people. Any terminals in the container terminals in the country, you name it, they are trained in Mundra. And this is the policy what our chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani, has said. In Dhamra, we are developing 100 people every year today. The same thing in Vizhinjam, we have promised we will develop 200 people every year. So skill development is one of our top of our agenda. And at the same time, IT-enabled systems, maybe in security, maybe in billing, maybe in information to the customer. See, these are all things have to come. Unless we all think of all those things, nothing can move. Just like that yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister was telling that Subodh Kant has mentioned to him that all the policies and procedures should be removed. I wish it do happen. So that, you know, a chairman and a dynamic chairman, I can tell you today, it's not that I am telling because he is here. In all our 13 major ports, Vizag is blessed to have a most dynamic chairman. Mr. Krishna Babu, let me tell you very frankly, I don't have any personal work with him nor any of these things, I am only telling you. And from him to hear about the CVC and CBI, I am very much hurt. You see the fearfulness among the officers of today. These all have to go. Otherwise, these things cannot happen further. Now, so far as the Vizag and Andhra is concerned, from Adani, we are committed to improve the national building, especially in Andhra coast, at least 2 to 3 ports, if we are blessed by the Andhra government to give those ports to us. We have absolutely no doubt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. We've got a little time for a few questions. So those who want to ask, just put up your hand and say your name and who are you directing the question to, please.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mandral. I represent Vedantas. We are one of the boat operators in Visakhapatnam Port Trust. The question is very different. Primarily, the hinterland was there, and there were one port which was serving the hinterland. And that, of course, made a monopolistic situation. And then we had two ports serving one hinterland. But with the government's new policy, having many ports, the same hinterland is going to be divided among many ports. The ports are going to be just about 15 to 20 kilometers away. How healthy is that going to be for the port? Thank you. This for the minister. Thank you, sir.
At the back, please put up your hand. Who asked the question?
I would like to hear if there are any related questions to this. Okay, someone else also has got this. Okay, I would like to make all the questions together so that the answer can be consolidated.
Good evening, sir. I am Tarun Baldua. I represent Surya Roshni Limited. There are present need, as Mr. Mathur rightly said, and Mr. Rao also said that the coastal transportation is must for the present era of transportation because of the much load on the roads and the rails. But the systems are like that coastal transportation are cleared in 2-3 days from the ports, and the domestic transportation has no meaning if it is sent from the coastal area. Therefore, I request Mr. Minister that this point should be taken up with the higher-ups of the relevant authority or the policy makers that the coastal transportation should be cleared very fast so that it can be encouraged in a big way.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. I am from RINL Visakhapatnam Steel Plant. My name is D. Balabhadra Rao. Now the situation has come in the front of the Augusta gathering that the port development prosperity is ECC level. We have come to a conclusion. Now I would like to tell that from ancient kings, right from the mighty Satavahanas to recent past Rudramadevi, queen of Kakatiyas, ports have been a major pillars of prosperity through trade, through ports. Now I would like to ask, we are 70% as of land and 30% as of water. From a common man perspective, the prosperity has to be much more because land is limited and 70% as of water accessibility is much more. Bearing the constraints, physical constraints, a common man is more interested through the development of port. Now, in the future, though the development, as far as the minister has told, it is profit and loss. One who is ready to bear the loss only should enter into the ports. The situation is ECC level. Now in future, is the development will be at a test match level or T20 cricket level? I would like to know from the minister as well as the dynamic IAS officer of the port, Sri Krishna Babu Garu as well. Thank you.
I think this idea of clubbing of questions is going in a wrong way. Let me stop here.
One more small add. Sir, if you permit, small
go
add
ahead.
to this. See, we are comparing to Gujarat, they have 9 ports, but they have equal hinterland up to Delhi and all. But whereas Vizag, you build 9 ports, there is no hinterland. But and apart from that, Vizag and Gangavaram has a hinterland of Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh, and unfortunately we are not allowed to transport cargo from this port to Raipur. Instead of developing 9 ports, let the existing problems of the existing ports be attended in full place and in a very serious manner. That is the very necessity of this day, sir. RV line is a burning problem for last 4 years, and at the same time people are losing. One of my clients is paying 3,000 rupees per ton instead of 1,000 rupees per ton, a power plant,
which, it's a killing. Again, it comes to a common man in the form of power bill or whatever. But what I say, instead of definitely developing more ports is necessary, but that is for a future perspective. But in the current scenario, we need to address the problems of the existing ports in a big manner, sir, because I'm from the Integral Logistics, a steward in Vizag. It's a burning problem. We request government intervene, and it needs to be addressed on a very immediate basis, sir. Thank you.
Okay, one second. Let me, related one? Okay, please go ahead.
I'm Sanjay Datta from Adani, sir. Sir, the problem is, one side we are telling that we should try to move it by rail. The hinterland, what he has told, there are certain railways, what they have done is, of late, they have increased the tariff by making it 120 kilometers minimum charges. Now the customers who are having only 30 kilometers, suppose you want to transship that coal to avoid this all sort of a problem, for 40 kilometers they have to pay 300 rupees. 300 rupees cost, then internal transport, it comes to 500 rupees. When they want to take it by road, it is costing 225. Why government is not trying to do some policies? Why? My request is, if you can take up with the Railway Ministry to at least for this port, where this type of problems are there, to give us some concession so that as a port operator, we should be able to at least satisfy the customer by not losing the traffic. Earlier it was there.
Okay.
I got my question for Krishnapatnam port. I think for a long time, a lot of problems at the Chennai port we all have been handling, and we have been experiencing the problems for the last 30 years. And also not only us, all the people down south, starting from Karnataka state and Tamil Nadu state, everybody. And lot of stagnating time and clearing time and holding time and suffering there. But when we are so excited when we got a Krishnapatnam is coming, from that time onwards we are thinking to divert today we are almost coming around 15-20 containers per day. We like to divert it there. When I ask our people why you are not moving to Krishnapatnam, they express some of the problems. The containers, the liners are not available. Number two, customs clearance efficiency and systems is not in the place again. These are the practical problems, connecting with the liners and clearing the things to go through. And not only Amaraja will move to Krishnapatnam, every customer handling the port imports and exports and down south, everybody will come to the Krishnapatnam. It is only another 100 kilometers from Chennai. That makes a lot more, lesser time and lesser money to come to Krishnapatnam there than waiting and paying more and more in Chennai. I don't know why it is not happening.
I think if we consolidate.
You will excuse me because my name is N. Vittal. I happen to be an IAS officer from Gujarat.
Yes, sir, you are well aware. Everyone knows what you said.
I am not here to ask any questions, but I have to give my experience, or Gujarat's experience, and all these questions that have been asked can be answered. And my answer is also very simple. What I said in those days, I'm saying it repeat today. Everybody knows three stories. All of us have heard the story of the Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty was sleeping. When the prince came and kissed her, it came to life. Gujarat has got 1600 kilometers of coastline, and I think nearly more than 100 minor ports. And I was managing director of GNFC, and Dahej was there, just 32 kilometers from our place. It had all the potentials, and next to us for fertilizer imports, it was Bombay or Kandla. Both were far away, and you know what the Bombay position is. So I persuaded the Gujarat government that we will import fertilizer. Gujarat Narmada Valley fertilizer also, we want to get into the business of imports. Our factory was just completed, and you will believe me that at that time, there was no possibility, no ship has ever come there. It was a fair weather port. You can't even come there and do up to the berth landing, you have to do midstream unloading. So we did it. I'm not giving a long lecture. Sleeping Beauty, remember, there are minor ports which have all the potential, but they just lack the facility of a port. And once the prince came and kissed, and we are talking about profitability. First year we made a profit of 3 crores. The second year we made a profit of 6 crores. Every year we doubled the profit from the first year itself in importing fertilizer. And we created jobs in that area. And today you know where Dahej is. The second is the story of my Fair Lady. You have all heard the story or seen the film, how Professor Higgins, who is a linguistic expert, says, I can make this flower girl who is talking with a Cockney accent, pass off in the higher society of the races as my lady of high birth. So, Colonel Pickering is there with his friend, and they take a challenge. This fellow, Professor Higgins says, I will make this flower girl in the next races pass off as the high society. Some of you, it was Bernard Shaw, all of you have seen My Fair Lady. I hope that's a film, because for all these questions these fellows are asking, the simple answer is, so what does Professor do? He did teach the whole thing, and such a perfect teaching that when she goes, everybody treats her. Colonel Pickering treats her. He has seen her only as a My Fair Lady. He has not seen her as a flower girl in the market talking in the Cockney accent. So she passes off. It's an example of the expertise, and all these people, I know the officers of the Andhra cadre, many of whom belong to my service, or the experienced people, experts like Rao, who have done the solid technical work on the works. And I think one of the great blessings of Andhra Pradesh is that we have got a visionary and a brilliant and a long blessed leader in Chandrababu Naidu. But he is not alone. He is not playing a solo dance. He has got a very powerful and very competent team of officers, because I have worked closely with these officers, and I tell you, it is not only IAS I am talking about. In every field, every department in Andhra Pradesh, when Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has chosen people, he has known who is the competent person, and he has done it. So the second was, there are a lot of Professor Higgins here, in the sense that who can make a flower girl pass off as, not by any trick, but the skill improvement, that they have done it. So when I was listening to Rao, I was thinking of Professor Higgins. He is a Professor Higgins. So the second is the My Fair Girl, give the skill development. Therefore, Modi is also very correctly saying, skill India is more important. So the people are there. So the second story is My Fair Lady story. And the third story is the story of Michelangelo Buonarroti. All of us have gone to Rome, and anyway, all of us, whether we do anything else or not, we are globe-trotting these days. And thanks to this so much improvement, everybody these days, middle class, goes abroad on a tour or something. Now, in Rome you can see the David Pieta statue. So much of beautiful statues were carved by Michelangelo. So people asked him, how do you make a statue out of a marble which has no shape? So Michelangelo gave a simple answer. He said, third story is that when I see any marble, I have a vision of what is the statue there. For example, when he sees one marble, he thinks of Pieta, another great statue of David. So he says, once I see a marble and I see the statue within that marble, I go on removing all that which is not part of the statue, and the statue emerges. Now, whatever ports these people are doing, the difficulties that have been there have been removed. And this is the whole strategy of Chandrababu Naidu, is to remove those difficulties, and he is not only talking. Where money is needed, he gets the money. Where skill is needed, he gets the skill. Where expertise, we are talking about Amravati in the morning. He is doing that. He is really acting like Michelangelo Buonarroti, if you go to Rome, if you go to Michelangelo Buonarroti's resting place, the simple word is, if you are looking for a monument, just look around.
Yes.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much. We are running out of time. Actually, we're already late on this.
Therefore, all these questions can be answered by
Yes. Thank you very much.
Sir, let me address one point what I mentioned. Of course, Mr. Vittal said about getting profit under license Raj because of the policy adjustment. Those days are gone now. We are at a global village, in the internet age. It's entire globally one has to compete. So getting profit or not, that's a different issue. I have mentioned that with a reference to the about sustainability. Otherwise projects are getting stuck. So cash flow based thing one has to do. The other question, major question, why are we thinking of so many ports? So as I must confess here, same our Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, he was also the very successful Chief Minister in his earlier regime. So after bifurcation today, one has to think, we all definitely are aware about the necessity is the mother of invention. Somewhere something, unless we kickstart and start developing on a vision based, it is not possible. Certain things which cannot be done overnight. So as a part of that master plan, he has been talking about number of ports. Probably now if he starts, it may take a decade, number one. Number two, historically if we see, entire Indian industry, as an independent India, we have been facing many problems due to lack of planning. We jump in the execution, we don't spend too much of time on the blueprint, thereby eventually we lose time, everything cost overrun, time overrun, everything takes place, then it is linked with the government, linked with the banks, that is another problem. So, because we are at another question about improving the existing facilities. Now, it is a port alone in isolation, it cannot be developed. Surrounding facilities has to be there, supply chain management has to be done. Today, the country is facing lot of problems. Why are we not able to kick up our agriculture products? Because where agriculture is able to produce, today farmer is facing many problems because even if it's excess production comes also is not happy, underproduction also is not happy, because wherever, whenever, whichever season he gets better production, there is no price and there is no proper storage facilities. So we are at a crossroads as a country, and I think someone have appreciated about skill development. Basically, we are as an independent India and governments after governments, definitely there are certain slippages about addressing the education, healthcare, employment and supporting to the farmers. So what is that skill development we are doing? Nothing to do with the port related, but definitely once if we start port developments and many surrounding support services are required. If we correct the education system, today what are we doing? By design we are producing defective product and we are spending money by way of skill development to repair that product. Why not we produce? Because many of our students today, they come out with the certificates, but they cannot really, they will not carry that kind of knowledge, what it is required. A mechanical engineer comes up with a certificate, but he will not be in a position to really perform as a mechanical engineer. So there are certain fundamental issues which any democratic country, probably because of the political compulsions and our social framework, it has happened. It's time for us to pull up our socks, tighten our belt, and take up these things. So existing infrastructure improvement is equally important along with the expansion of the ports. The same ports, which has not overnight has not come. Even earlier also it was there, but probably because that kind of necessity was not felt at that point of time. Thereby, our Honorable Chief Minister have made Hyderabad as a global city, which has reflected on the global map. That is what happened. And now it is the time for us to do better things and improving upon the existing facilities. As we all used to talk about, there's no need to reinvent the wheel. As long as we know how to make use of the wheel in multiple ways, we can do. Because of the internet today, the time and distance is practically killed. So on the existing gaps, many of the entrepreneurship, if we can encourage, the port development and everything, one has to consume. So we don't want to build ghost cities. We want economic activity in every area. Our local people has to have employment, and they should work with joy. The happiness index has to be improved. That is our idea.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think he's answered the question. It's important for people to realize that the state of Andhra Pradesh is blessed with such a big coastline. And that coastline will help the economic development of the state. And I think we should look at it from that point and just not about a port development. Port is the thing which will ignite the economic development. I think we should look at it, and I think we have a visionary leader who will take us there. With this, we will close this session. We're already run out of time. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister and my co-panel members for their valuable input, and all of you for your valuable questions that you asked. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an extremely interactive session, a whole range of thoughts and perspectives on how India's coastline heritage can be optimally used and how ports can be a catalyst for massive growth for the nation at large. Can we please give a round of applause for all our panelists and to Honorable Minister. And thank you, Mr. Richard Reiki, for moderating the session in a seamless way. A couple of important announcements, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is day 3 of the summit. And while the first session begins at 10 a.m., for security reasons, may we request you all to be seated in the hall by 9:30 a.m. sharp. Also for tonight's dinner, we would like to extend an invitation to all of you. We have a cultural program and dinner being hosted by CII at Hilltop Park, Kailashgiri. And the shuttle service for the same begins at the entry gate. It has already started. I'd like to repeat that the shuttle service starts in the we are ready for departure. So we request to see you there, and I hope to see you all tomorrow for day 3 of the CII Partnership Summit 2016. Have a great evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd once again to repeat and extend an invitation to all of you for a cultural program and dinner being hosted by CII at Hilltop Park, Kailashgiri, ladies and gentlemen. We have also arranged for shuttle service, and they're ready for departure from entry gate. So we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request you all to be seated. We appreciate your patience. We will now witness an MOU signing ceremony in presence of our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Chandrababu Naidu Garu. He is expected any moment. May we please request you all to keep the aisle clear. May I repeat that? Please keep the aisle clear. Our Honorable Chief Minister is expected any moment. May we please request you all to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please request you all to settle down. Our Honorable Chief Minister would be joining us any moment. Please keep the aisle clear. We would appreciate your cooperation here. Ladies and gentlemen, our Honorable Chief Minister has joined us. We will now witness an MOU exchange ceremony.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri N. Chandrababu Naidu Garu, for this MOU signing ceremony. I'd like to also invite Mr. Ganta, the HRD Minister of Andhra Pradesh, onto the dais. Shri Palle Raghunath Reddy Garu, the IT Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Shri Ayana Patrudu Garu, Honorable Minister for Panchayati Raj. Shri Achan Naidu Garu, Honorable Minister for Labour.
We may need some chairs, please.
Honorable Minister for Mines, Ms. Sujata Garu. I request you to please come on to the dais. I'd like to also invite the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Chinnarajappa Garu, onto the dais, please. I'd like to invite Mr. P. Narayana Garu, Honorable Minister for Urban Development, onto the dais.
Minister for Roads Transport,
The Honorable Minister for Roads.
Minister for Water Sources.
The Honorable Minister for Water Resource Development. Shri Uma Maheshwar Rao Garu.
Special Representative.
Shri Kammampati Ramohan Rao Garu, Special Representative of the Government of Andhra Pradesh in New Delhi. I'd also like to request Madam Rinalini Garu onto the dais, please. Today we'll be having an MOU signing ceremony from the Department of Industries with various investors, with industries, infrastructure, mining, housing, CRDA and the IT department.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome all of you to this
MOU exchange ceremony. Sorry for the delay. It has been a busy day for the Honorable Chief Minister. We regret that we have to keep you waiting. It's been a long, exciting day, and a lot of exciting discussions have taken place today. And I'm very happy that in continuation of the MOUs we have signed yesterday, we have signed 31 MOUs with the investment of 1.95 lakh crores and with the total employment, potential employment 94,448. On day 2, I'm happy to announce that we are going to exchange 245 MOUs across departments with a total investment of 1,90,314 crores and with a total employment potential of 6,23,908. So I compliment the Honorable Chief Minister under the leadership this is taking place, and I thank all of you for coming together to build Andhra Pradesh as a strong state. And without much further ado, we'll start with the MOU signing ceremony. And we'll start with the Industries Department. Industry Departments, there are MOUs, GOs and land agreements. We'll start with the MOU. Steel Exchange India Limited Steel Plant, investment of 7,937 crores, employment 1,500. Shri Bandi Satish Reddy, Chairman and Managing Director, may please step up. Director of Industries, Karthik Mishra, may please step up. Padma. You tell me. Jason Infra Private Limited of the Accord Group. Fertilizer plant, investment of 5,000 crores, employment potential 5,000. Shri Alagai Manavalan, Director Business Development, I request him to step on the stage. Amar Raja Group needs no introduction. They are signing MOU with investment of rupees 5,000 crores, employment 30,000 in the sectors of electronics, energy storage, automobile accessories, IT and telecom accessories. The chairman and Mr. Jay Gala, I again compliment you for again contributing to Andhra Pradesh in another significant manner. Mr. Gala Ramchandra Naidu Garu and Shri Jaydev Gala Garu. I think this is another feather on Amar Raja's hat. Thank you very, very much. VJ Natural Stones Industries Park, Mr. Guru Shastrimat, CEO. Proposal is for setting up a park for processing natural stones, granite, marble, sandstone slates. Investment 5,000 crores, employment 4,000. May I invite Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Shri UP Singh, General Manager. Investment of 4,850 crores, employment 4,900 persons across LPG bottling, pipeline, terminal and infrastructure in the Amravati, the capital city. May I request the photographers to give way, please, at least on one side for the... Thank you very much. Messrs. Vyas Cancer Research Private Limited. Dr. Himabindu Gadipati, CEO. Proposal for a cancer research park, investment of 3,035 crores, employment to 12,000 persons. Please step up, please. May I please request to please vacate the central meeting corridor. You can step on the sides, please. Kindly cooperate, please. We'll delay the ceremony. Kindly give passage, please. Please. Next is GTB Associates, proposal for setting up a hardwood and metal furniture and accessories manufacturing park in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Puneet Chand, Managing Director, investment of 2,825 crores, employment to 10,000 persons. Thank you very much. Kottavalsa Infra Venture Parks Private Limited, proposal for setting up an industrial park at Visakhapatnam, investment of 2,000 crores with employment of 2,000 persons. Shri Sudhir Yarlagad, Associate Vice President. Next is Mohan Dwellings Private Limited, Composite Mega Textile Park. Shri G. Ravi Kumar, Director. Investment 2,000 crores, employment 5,000 persons. Thank you very much. Sharda Metals. Sharda Metals, Ferroalloys, investment 1,500 crores, employment 15%. Shri Neeraj Sharda, Director. Noble Electronic Manufacturing Clusters Private Limited, Electronic Parks and Units, Shri Akhil Rasai, Chairman. Investment 1,424 crores, employment 30,000 persons. This project is Anandpur. Messrs. Hindustan Coca-Cola Private Limited, Greenfield Mega Manufacturing Park, investment 1,275 crores. Okay. Deccan Fine Chemicals India Private Limited, agrochemical sector, investment 1,200 crores, employment 700 persons. Mr. KVLP Raju, Director. Project is in near Tuni. Gitanjali Export Corporation Private Limited, Gems and Jewelry Park, Shri Sanjeev Agarwal, CEO. Investment 1,142 crores, employment to 14,000 persons. Please step up, please. Messrs. Greenply Private Limited, project for MDF in Chittoor district, investment 737 crores, employment 575 persons. Shri Jinendra Kumar Jain, Vice President. Universal Coke and Power Private Limited, project non-recovery coke, investment 725 crores, employment 500 persons. Mr. Natarajan, MD and CEO. Mohan Spintex India Limited, Composite Mega Textile Park, investment 600 crores, employment to 2,000 persons. Mr. Sudhakar Chaudhary, Managing Director. Shri Govind Raj Textile Private Limited, Textile Park, investment 600 crores, employment 500 persons. Mr. V. Subramaniam, General Manager. Aero Cables Limited, manufacturer of high tension cable. Mr. K. Kalyan Kumar, Director. Investment 510 crores, employment 400 persons. LNG Bharat Private Limited, LNG and regasified LNG, investment 500 crores, employment 1,000 persons. Mr. Jasti Murthy. Vizag Profiles Private Limited, warehouses and cold chain warehouses. Shri Bandi Suresh Kumar, CMD. Investment 500 crores, employment 400 persons. Colgate Palmolive India Limited, toothbrush manufacturing facility in Sri City. Investment 421 crores, employment 1,800 persons. Mr. Niket Ghat, whole-time Director and Company Secretary. एक साथ बुला लें. Where's the list? May I request the units from CCT to step up? This consists of Colgate Palmolive India Limited. As I said earlier, investment 421 crores, employment 1,800. Isuzu Motors India Private Limited, in all units together, 250 crores, 100 persons. Mr. Yamaguchi, Managing Director. Vikram Solar Private Limited, fab for 300 megawatts, investment 220 crores, employment 1,500. Mr. Karunesh Chaturvedi, VP Corporate Affairs. Messrs. Bachawat Enterprises, Food Processing, investment 25 crores, employment 30%, Mr. Sanjay Bachawat, Director. Messrs. Nuclear Satellite Communication Equipment, investment 25 crores, employment 250, Mr. V. Raman. Umapati Natural Products, Mr. Vikram Umapati, Managing Partner. MSR Garments, Apparel Manufacturing, Mr. V. Suresh, General Manager. Messrs. Walmet Engineering, Mr. Subramani, Managing Director. Red Star Private Plastic Limited, PVCH Banding Tapes, Mr. Kanishka Karthikeyan, Director. Messrs. Aeropiston Auto Components, Mr. Mohan Velluri, Managing Director. All these units are locating in Sri City, which is SEZ and DTA in Chittoor district. Thank you very much. Guntur Textile Park Private Limited, Textile Park, Shri Punna Chaudhary, Executive Director. Investment of 420 crores. Red Sun Seamless Private Pipes Limited, investment of 400 crores, Mr. P. Gangadhar Reddy. NCC Limited, Multi-Product Industries Zone in Srikakulam District, Mr. Ravindranath Rathore, EVP, investment of 400 crores. Laurus Labs Private Limited, expansion, bulk drug intermediate, Mr. Satyanath Chava, Managing Director, investment 350 crores. Messrs. ITC Limited in Nellore District, tobacco handling storage, Mr. Venkatram Reddy, investment of 750 crores. Kalahasti Pipes, Mr. S. Raman Rao, SVP. Aparna Enterprises Limited, Ceramic Vitrified Tiles, Mr. K. Govind Rao, CFO. Ranga Particle Boards, MDF, Mr. Ayush Agarwal, Director. Sasta Warehousing Limited, Logistic Park, Mr. Vijay Bhaskar, CEO. Dr. Reddy's Lab, bulk drug manufacturing, investment 250 crores is IPN. We are announcing it. Mr. G.V. Prasad couldn't stay back. We are announcing investment of 250 crores by Dr. Reddy Laboratories in bulk drug manufacturing. Mrs. Continental Warehousing Corporation Limited, Mr. Adikeshlu Reddy, MD, Mega Industrial Park, investment of 230 crores. Covalent Laboratories, Mr. M. Narayan Reddy, MD, manufacturer bulk drugs, 220 crores investment. Amravati Industries Association, Mr. A.V. Rao, President, investment of 200 crores. Hathor Foods Private Limited, Food Park, Mr. Vikram Pandrangi, MD. DP Cocoa Products, Dr. Shri Durga Prasad Deva Bhaktune, Managing Director, Manufacturing of Cocoa Powder. Aurobindo Pharma Limited, Bulk Drugs Manufacturing. This is being announced. Shravan Shipping Services Private Limited, Container Feed Station and Warehousing Complex, Mr. G. Sambasiv Rao, MD. May please step up. Precast Solutions India Private Limited, manufacturer of precast pre-stressed concrete elements, Mr. G.V.V. Satish, Managing Director. Natco Pharma, Formulation Plant, Dr. A.K.S. Bhujang Rao, Director and President, investment of 150 crores. SAR Denim Private Limited, Shri Pawan Singla, Director, investment of 135 crores. Shravan FTWZ Private Limited, Logistic Park, G. Shravan Kumar, Director. LP Sunrise Texports Textiles, Shri D. Vijay Chandra, Chairman. Vijayanagaram Food and Nutraceuticals, Coconut Processing, D. Rangaraju, Chairman. APJ Abdul Kalam Swasakshi Cooperative Industrial Estate Limited, B. Srinivas Rao, Chairman. This is the SME cluster. Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, LPG Bottling, Shri Bomdi Ramesh, investment of 112 crores. Farmer Technique India Private Limited, Surya Sankavali, Director. Special Value Chain Agri-Industrial Cluster. Avanti Feeds Limited, Mr. A. Indra Kumar, CMD. Varun Logistic Parks Private Limited, Mr. G. Varun Kumar, Director. Bhavya Cements, Cement Grinding, Mr. V. Anand Prasad, MD. Shri Anand Subbaraya Wire Products Limited, Bandi Mohit Sai Kumar. MYM Engineering and Equipment, sir, Bolina Kalki Murthy, Director. AKR Textiles, sir, J. Suresh, GM, Government Manufacturing Unit. AKR Fab Industries, sir, J. Suresh, General Manager. Axiom Energy Conversion Limited, MJ Purohit, Chairman and MD, Mobile Charges Manufacturing. BMR Electricals Private Limited, Shri Mohan R. Bhumi Reddy, Chairman, manufacturer of high-powered transformers. Puzulona Machine Fabricators, Aerospace and Defense, T. Bharatan, Chief Advisor. They have another MOU on heavy mineral beach sands, Shri V. Venkat Ramana, Vice President. Siflon Drugs Private Limited, T. Bharatan, Chief Advisor. Siflon Drugs Private Limited, Veterinary Human Pharmaceuticals, R. Sweta, Director. Surya Roshni Limited, Tarun Baldua, Chief Executive Officer. OWS Energy and Services, Captain Abhinindra Mahapatra, Director. Vovo Telecom Group, Celcon, Simon Yang, Managing Director. Hayagriva Bioorganics Private Limited, K. Gangadharan, Managing Director. Alexis Shenzhen, Shri Leo Liu, Chairman. The slow and test. Cipra Labs Limited, V. CII Director. Ayohai Group, Mr. Brand Chen, Vice President. BKPPL, Royal Electric Wires Private Limited, Inland Content Depot, Shri Hussain Rasai, Managing Director. On this occasion, we are also issuing certain government orders regarding projects which are being set up in Andhra Pradesh. KRIPCO, Krishak Bharti Cooperative Limited, setting up NPK fertilizer complex in Nellore district with investment of 1,448 crores. Mr. N. Sambasiv Rao, Managing Marketing Director. This unit is being established near Krishnapatnam, KRIPCO. Rexam HTW Beverage Can Private Limited. Rexam Beverages Can Private Limited. It manufactures aluminum cans for beverages for Pepsi and other companies, investment 589 crores. Tarkaresha Textile Park Private Limited, Greenfield Integrated Textile Park, Mr. Danda Prasad, Managing Director, 337 crores investment. Vasanta Industries Expansion, Spinning, Vasanta Venkat Krishna Prasad, CEO and MD, investment of 159 crores. Britannia Biscuits and Rusk Manufacturing Unit in Kuppam, investment of 140 crores. Texport Industries, Knitting and Garmenting, investment of rupees 100 crores. Rising Star Mobile India Private Limited, done. Okay. Now we have certain land agreements being entered into. First being Andhra Pradesh Aerospace and Defence Electronics Private Park Limited, Mr. Alok Sharma, Director, Aerospace Defence Electronic Parks, investment of rupees 450 crores. I also invite Shri N. Vittal, who has been guiding this project. He is earlier Secretary in Government of India. So there are three anchor units coming in this aerospace park, which is in Anantapur district. Cadet Defense Systems, 100 crores, Roland Berger Strategy, and Aerospace Ventures. Kajaria Bathway Private Limited, Vitrified Tire Unit, Mr. D.D. Rishi, Executive Director. Flora Ceramics Limited, Mr. Amit Chaturvedi. Unit is coming up in Chittoor district. Sudha Ceramics Private Limited, Vitrified Tile Units, E. Rajiv, MD, investment of 140 crores. Sudha Ceramics Private Limited, Vitrified Tile Units, Shri E. Rajiv, MD, investment of 140 crores. Asian Grinto India Private Limited, Vitrified Tile Unit, Mr. Hasmukh Patel, Director. And finally, Mrs. Delta Biofarm Private Limited, Pharma and Biotech, Mr. Rajiv Khanna, Director. They have done. They have done. I would now ask the IT MOUs to be announced.
Thank you, Mr. Rawat, for taking us through the industries MOU. Ladies and gentlemen, we shift our guests to IT. May I request Mr. Fani Kishore, IRS Secretary, Information Technology, Electronics and Communication, Government of Andhra Pradesh, to share with us the overview of the MOUs that have been signed.
Honorable Chief Ministers, Honorable Ministers, Delegates, the brief overview which I'd like to project about the MOUs which we have signed for IT is, we have around 63 companies or proposals which we have concluded signing MOU with. The total investment is 3,368 crores, leading to an employment of 42,205 people direct and about 2 lakh people who would be getting an indirect employment. The areas in which we have the MOU signed is IT, electronics, communication, infrastructure, school education. We have major MOUs signed with HP on technological collaborations, particularly IT enablement in schools, and we also have a communication infrastructure agreement signed with YAXI. Due to the paucity of time, I am requesting MOUs with respect to investment of 10 crores and above to come up on the size. Shilpa, can I request you to announce the names?
Thank you, sir. May we start with HP? May we invite Mr. Mani Kundan to please come and receive his MOU. Mr. Mani Kundan from HP. Following up, Dallas Technologies Private Limited. May we request Mr. Sunil with investment of 250 crores, employment of 2,500 at Vizag. Mr. Sunil from. Up next, InnoMinds. May we invite Mr. Divakar, investment of 30 crores, employment of 1,000 at Vizag. Mr. Divakar from InnoMinds at Vizag. Fluent Grid, Mr. Mulli Krishna, investment of 50 crores, employment of 1,000 at Vizag. Up next, may we invite Vsoft Technologies, Mr. Murthy, investment of 30 crores, employment of 5,000 at Rajamundry. Anand PAG System, may we request Ms. Anupama, 30 crores investment, 1,000 employment at Kakinada. Spot Health Services, Mr. Ramana Reddy, 330 crores investment, 1,000 employment at Anantapur. Spot Health Services, Mr. Ramana Reddy. Genome Tech, Mr. Rahul Mathur, 130 crore investment, 1,000 employment at Anandpur. Elsiana Ragamayuri, Mr. KJ Reddy, investment of 800 crores, 2,000 employment at Anantapur. Elsiana Ragamayuri, Mr. KJ Reddy, Anantapur, investment of 800 crores, 2,000 employment. Up next, 9 Stars Information Tech Private Limited, Mr. Gokul Krishna, 50 crores investment, 2,000 employment at Tirupati. 9 Stars Information Technology Private Limited. Corson Dock Consulting Limited, 25 crores investment, 1,000 employment. Can we request Y. Ramadevi? Corson Dock Consulting Limited, 25 crores investment, 1,000 employment. Ms. Y. Ramadevi and Mr. Subramaniam at Tirupati. Garuda Engineering, 3 crores investment, 250 employment. Can we request Mr. Chandra to please come and receive his MOU? Yaxi Incorporation, can we request Mr. Shah Talukdar? It's a Bangladesh-based company. And Dr. Bala. Yaxi Incorporation, Mr. Shah Talukdar and Dr. Bala. Up next, IT Serve, a group of 3 companies from Dallas. ThoughtWave Soft Solution, Mr. Ramesh Tumu. Camlot Systems, Mr. Ravi Vare. And TechGen Solutions, Mr. Kumar. A group of 3 companies from Dallas. ThoughtWave Soft Solution, Camlot Systems, and TechGen Solutions. Moving ahead. Amravati Industries, a group of 20 companies, is an association led by A. Venkateshwar Rao. It deals in precision engineering components, ladies and gentlemen. Amravati Industries led by Mr. A. Venkateshwar Rao. Right now we are witnessing an MOU exchange between IT Serve, a US-based company, a group of 3 companies. Amravati Industries, a group of 20 companies led by Mr. A. Venkateshwar Rao. It deals in precision engineering components. NISA Communications. Right now we witness Amravati Industries MOU exchange with Government of Andhra Pradesh, a group of 20 companies led by President A. Venkateshwar Rao. NISA Communications, Mr. Vamsi, 10 crore investment, 1,000 employment at Tirupati. Inspire Edge IT Solutions, Mr. Krishna Mohan, 30 crore investment, 500 employment at Vizag. Inspire Edge IT Solutions, Mr. Krishna Mohan, 30 crore investment, 500 employment. MapleSoft Solutions, Mr. Shiv Kumar, 15 crore investment, 1,000 employment at Vizag. MapleSoft Solutions, 15 crore investment, 1,000 employment, Mr. Shiv Kumar receiving the MOU at Vizag. Davis Software, Mr. Murli, 15 crore investment, 1,000 employment at Vizag. A US-based company. Absolute, Mr. Papa Rao. Mr. Papa Rao from Absolute. I would now request Mr. Ajay Jain, Secretary Infrastructure, to take it over from here.
Honorable Chief Minister, sir, honorable ministers and dear investors. Sir, from the side of Energy Infrastructure Investment Department and CRDA, yesterday for the energy sector we had signed 21 MOUs worth 1,37,816 crores. Today from infrastructure and CRDA we are signing 15 MOUs worth 66,660 crores. Total of the department being 2,04,476 crores. Today in the infrastructure, the first MOU is with HPCL, Mr. H.R. Wade, Executive Director, and Mr. Narayanan. This is for laying the city gas distribution in the districts of East and West Godavari. This has a total investment of 1,000 crores for East and West Godavari, the city gas distribution with Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, NAP GDC. Idea of Chief Minister is to lay the gas grid in all the districts. This is the first step towards this as part of the, East and West Godavari. Mr. Vate and Mr. Narayanan. Secondly, for Krishna district, we have got Mega Engineering, Mr. P. Doraya, the Director of Mega Engineering, who would be doing the city gas in the Krishna district. This is with an investment of 500 crores. Each and every household in the district as well as industries will be provided. Mr. Narayanan for Krishna district with the Mega Engineering. Then the next MOU is for LNG Terminal, East Godavari LNG Terminal Limited. This is at Kakinada. Mr. Bhaskar Chalasani, the Director. This is with a capacity of 3.6 million tons in the first phase and the second of 3.6 with a total investment of 5,035 crores. This is LNG terminal at Kakinada. And another is for the LNG downstream projects. Again, Mr. Bhaskar Chalasani, Quantum Fund with an investment of 16,750 crores in East Godavari district at Kakinada. Then LNG Bharat Limited, Lieutenant Murthy Jasti. This is for LNG satellite stations at Krishnapatnam. Yeah, with an investment of 500 crores and employment of 500 people. LNG Bharat Limited. Then Jason Infra Private Limited. This is for LNG terminal, natural gas power plant and port berth and storage for natural gas. Mr. Sandeep, the Managing Director. This comes with an investment of 8,500 crores. Then Heliostat Asia Pacific Australia, Dr. Kishore. This is for CSP and solar PV tracking manufacturing. Mr. Kishore. This comes with an investment of 275 crores. In the infrastructure sector, we also had MOUs in the CM's room with Petrogas Private Limited for setting up of a LNG terminal, Dredging Corporation of India for setting up at Antravedi, National Highways in Infrastructure Development Corporation for an expressway, and Container Corporation of India Limited for setting up of multimodal logistics parks. Then we have an MOU for the new capital city of Amravati. The World Trade Center is setting up its branch at Amravati. So Ms. Khayarul Nisa, the Executive Director, and Mr. Ram Manohar, the Director of CRDA. Please request you to come onto the dais. This is for construction of the World Trade Center at Amravati. Mr. Ram Manohar with an investment of 800 crores. We also had MOUs for the capital city with HUDCO for funding of 7,500 crores and with Andhra Bank for funding of 5,000 crores. And GIAC signed an agreement for urban planning and infrastructure development for the capital city.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and other distinguished guests on dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. Today we have 27 MOUs from Mining Department. This involves more than 9,000 crores and gives more than 15,000 crores of employment directly. So which across in various field of mining sector, manufacturing sand, heavy mineral B sand, cement, ceramics, gold, manganese, iron ore and glass. So I request everybody, so please come on dais and exchange MOUs.
Mr. C.K. Asnani, Technical Director, Indian Rare Earth Limited. Mr. Asnani? Okay. Mr. Alok Sood, Joint Secretary General, Federation of Indian Mineral Industries. Mr. Hanuma Prasad, CEO, Geo Mysore Services, Gold Mining, with an investment of 300 crores. Mr. Venkatramana, Vice President, Puzalona Machine Fabricators, with an investment of 175 crores in heavy mineral processing and manufactured sand. Mr. K. Chalapati, Managing Director, Mahati Cements, investment of 700 crores. Mr. Ganga Rao, Midwest Granite Private Limited, investment of 500 crores in the ceramics industry. Mr. KRM Reddy, Partner, Anya Mineral Ventures, for investments of 20 crores in the manufacturing sand division. Mr. Jagdish, Director, My Home Group, investment of 760 crores in a cement plant and a captive solar power plant. Mr. Rajendra Prasad, Managing Director, Planet Ceramica, for investment of 240 crores in the glass industry. Mr. K. Pradeep, Trimex Group, for investment of 2,500 crores in the Bhavanapedu and Kalingapatnam beach sand projects. Mrs. Parvati Reddy, Partner, Vajra Mineral Exploration, for investment of 20 crores in the manufacturing sand division. Mr. GVSB Reddy, Mr. GVSB Reddy, Partner, Vajra Trading, for investment of 30 crores in the manufacturing sand division. Mr. WP Suresh Kumar, Partner, Vinay Agencies, for investment of 30 crores in the manufacturing sand division. Mr. Srinivas Babu, Managing Director, VVR Associates, for setting up of a rock sand unit. Investment of 150 crores. Mr. A. Srinivasa Raju, Manaxia Cements, investment of 550 crores.
Honorable Chief Minister Garu, Honorable Ministers and dear investor friends. It's just to give a highlight of what Housing Department State of Andhra Pradesh is doing. On Government of Andhra Pradesh, it has earmarked to provide Pakka houses, 2-bedroom houses to all the houseless eligible families in the state. And we plan to provide approximately 3 million houses in the rural area, 1 million houses in the urban areas, which have to be taken up. For this, we require huge investment in housing sector, both from public sector as well as the private entrepreneurs. Just to highlight and bring to the notice of all investors present here, Government of Andhra Pradesh is this year itself spending 16,800 crore rupees from the state budget to take up the EWS housing in the government in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and it has committed itself to provide housing for all by 2022, which is the vision which is expounded by Honorable Prime Minister of India also. To achieve that, there is a need for large-scale prefab, precast construction material, construction equipment, skilled workers, and utilization of new construction technologies. And to achieve this vision, we plan to collaborate with various national and international organizations, architectural institutes, and private builders. It is in this direction today we are signing 3 memorandum of understanding with an investment outlay of 41,000 crore rupees, and so as to provide an employment of 2.5 lakh people. And I would request the dear investor friends to kindly come forward, please.
First, the consortium for construction mega park of 8 Chinese companies represented by Wang Qin and Dr. K. Ramaraju. The investment is $5 billion US, approximately 33,000 crores, and employment is 2.4 lakh man days. Second, the consortium. The second consortium is the 5 Chinese companies regarding collaboration of transfer of technology, capacity building, represented by Wu Mingsheng, Architectural Design and Research Institute of Tsinghua University, and Dr. K. Ramaraju, MD, Scanda Prefab World Private Limited. The third MOU is for construction of 1 lakh economically weaker sections and LIG units in various cities of Andhra Pradesh by cyber city builders and developers. The investment is about 8,000 crores and employment 10,000 people. Venu Vinod, Murali Krishna and office contractor are invited.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll just submit the MOUs which have been signed. Industry Department, 100 MOUs, investment 69,391 crores, employment to 1,99,193 persons. Infra, 7, investment 50,000 crores, employment 25,000 persons. Retail, 4 MOUs, investment 1,480 crores, employment 37,150. Housing Department, 4 MOUs, investment 43,500 crores, employment 2.5 lakhs. CRDA, 4 MOUs, investment of 13,300 crores. Animal Husbandry Department, 6 MOUs, investment 195 crores, 4,050 employment. IT Department, 28, investment 1,016 crores, 20,075 crores, 20,075 employment. Mining, 27 MOUs, 8,955 crores, employment 12,290. Food processing, 66, investment 5,992, employment 77,000. Energy, 3, investment 9,275 crores, 41,150 employment. Totaling 249 MOU signed today, investment 2,06,104 crores, total employment 6,65,908. So day 1 and day 2 combined, number of MOUs 280, investment 4,01,301 crores, employment 7,70,356. I thank the Honorable Chief Minister and the members of his Council of Ministers for spending time with us, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Can you take your seats? Media, you are having any doubts now? మీరు అన్ని విట్నెస్ చేశారు కదా, డౌట్స్ ఏమన్నా ఇంకా మీకు? ఇక్కడ లేరా? వచ్చారే? చెప్పాము, వాళ్ళకు కూడా చెప్పామే. మరి కొంచెం కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకోలేదు. ఇదే కదా 249 వచ్చింది ఇక్కడ. ఓకే, అందరూ వచ్చారండి మీడియా? 2 minutes. మనకు పిఏ ఉన్నాడా అంటే మనకు టైం ఉందా గెలిచిపోవడానికి? ఎంత టైం? ఎంత టైం లేదు. ఓకే అండి, అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు రెండో రోజు ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ మీటింగు చాలా బాగా జరిగింది. అదే మరి ఉదయం నుంచి వచ్చిన పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ అంతా చాలా ఉత్సాహంగా భాగస్వాములయ్యారు. అదే మరి చాలామంది పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టడానికి కూడా ముందుకు రావడం జరిగింది. ఉదయం నుంచి చాలామందిని నేను కలిశాను. అదే మరి ఇప్పుడు ముందుకు వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు చూస్తే 245 MOUలు చేశారు. దీనివల్ల 1,90,314 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడులు వస్తాయి. 8,23,908 మందికి డైరెక్ట్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ వస్తుంది. దీనిపైన ఇండైరెక్ట్ కూడా ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ వస్తుంది. ఒక్కొక్క సెక్టర్ చూస్తే అనిమల్ హస్బెండరీకి సంబంధించి డైరీ, పౌల్ట్రీ, మీట్ ఇవన్నీ చూస్తే దగ్గర 8 వచ్చినాయి. అందులో కూడా 145 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి వస్తూ ఉంది. 4,050 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. CRDAలో 4 MOUలు వచ్చాయి. 13,300 కోట్లకు వచ్చాయి. ఎనర్జీ 3 వచ్చాయి. 9,275 కోట్లు పెట్టుబడి, 41,150 మంది ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్లో 65 MOUలు వచ్చాయి. 5,102 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి, 61,900 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. హౌసింగ్ 4 MOUలు వచ్చాయి. 43,500 కోట్ల రూపాయల పెట్టుబడి, 2,50,000 మందికి ఉద్యోగాల కోసం వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఇండస్ట్రీస్ 100 MOUలు అయినాయి. 69,391 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి, 1,99,193 కోట్ల రూపాయలు 193 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చరు, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్లో 7 MOUలు వచ్చాయి. 40,900 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి. IT 28 వచ్చాయి. అదే మరిగా 1,016 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి పెట్టి ముందుకు వచ్చారు. 20,075 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. అదే మరిగా మైనింగ్ 24 MOUలు అయినాయి. 6,155 కోట్లు పెట్టుబడి, 10,390 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తున్నాయి. రీటైల్ 4 చేశారు. 1,480 కోట్ల రూపాయల పెట్టుబడి, 37,150 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఉత్సాహంగా ముందుకు వచ్చారు. ఇంకా కూడా మీరు చూస్తే ఐటీలో ఇంకా పెరిగినాయి. ఇప్పుడు ఐటీ చూస్తే మొత్తం 63 కంపెనీలు వచ్చాయి. 63 కంపెనీలు వచ్చాయి. 3,165 కోట్ల రూపాయలు పెట్టుబడి, 52,000 ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తున్నాయి. అంటే ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఒక ఉత్సాహంగా చాలామంది ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు. ఈరోజు మీరు చూస్తే కొంతమంది NRIs కూడా అమెరికాలో ఉండే ఎంటర్ప్రెనర్స్ వచ్చి చాలామంది ముందుకు వచ్చి మేము కూడా ఇక్కడ పెట్టుబడులు పెడతామని ముందుకు వచ్చారు. ఇది శుభ సూచకం. ఎవరైతే సన్ ఆఫ్ ది సాయిల్ ఉన్నారో అనేక కారణాల వల్ల విదేశాలకు పోయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇప్పుడు ముందుకు వచ్చి పెట్టుబడి పెట్టడానికి వచ్చారు. ఇక్కడ కూడా ఈరోజు మీరు చూస్తే ఏవైతే MSMEలు ఉన్నాయో దీన్ని ఎక్కువగా సపోర్ట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. నేను ఒక పిలుపు కూడా ఇచ్చాను. ప్రతి ఒక్క ఇంట్లో ఒక ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌గా తయారు కావాలి, ఒక కంప్యూటర్ లిటరేట్ ఉండాలనేది నేను ఒక పిలుపిచ్చాను. దీనికి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వాల్సింది MSMEలకు కూడా ఎక్కువ ప్రాధాన్యత ఇవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. మన దేశంలో చూస్తే 37% GDP MSMEలే కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తున్నాయి. ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ 45% MSMEల వల్ల వస్తుంది. ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ 40% MSMEల వల్ల వస్తుంది. 8 కోట్ల ఉద్యోగాలు MSMEల వల్ల వచ్చే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఓసారి చిన్న చిన్న కంపెనీలు కూడా MSMEలుగా పెట్టి తర్వాత పెద్ద పెద్ద కంపెనీలు ఉన్నాయి. అందులో ఇన్ఫోసిస్ కానీ SCI కానీ ఇలాంటి కూడా గ్లోబల్ ప్లేయర్స్ అయ్యారు. ఇంకో పక్కన చూస్తే ఈరోజు దీనికోసం పెద్ద ఎత్తున MSMEలు ఎక్కువ ప్రమోట్ చేయాలని దగ్గర మీరు చూస్తే ఒక 15,000 కోట్ల రూపాయల పెట్టుబడులు వచ్చేదిగా 3,50,000 మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు వచ్చేట్టుగా 2020కి తయారు కావాలనే కోరిక. దీనికోసం ఒక పాలసీ ఇచ్చాం. క్యాపిటల్ సబ్సిడీ 15%, ఇన్సెంటివ్ ఆన్ ల్యాండ్ 25% రిబేట్ ఆన్ కాస్ట్, 25% కన్వర్షన్ ఛార్జెస్ కన్సెషన్ ఇచ్చాం. పవర్ ఛార్జెస్ 24x7 పవర్ ఇవ్వడమే కాకుండా ఒక యూనిట్కి ₹1 రిబేట్ ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. అదే మరి స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్కి 50% సబ్సిడీ ఇస్తున్నాం. అదే మరి ఇంకో పక్కన చూస్తే మార్కెటింగ్ ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ అండ్ మార్కెటింగ్ అసిస్టెన్స్ కూడా సబ్సిడీ ఇస్తున్నాం. ఏదైనా ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలు దెబ్బతినుంటే రివైవ్ చేయడానికి ₹100 కోట్ల ఫండ్ కూడా పెట్టాం. అంటే ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకు చేస్తున్నాం అంటే ఎక్కువ మంది ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలు రావాలి, స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీలు రావాలి, ఇన్నోవేషన్ కంపెనీలు రావాలి అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఇవన్నీ వర్కౌట్ చేయడం జరిగింది. నిన్నే ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ, ఏదైతే యూనివర్సిటీ కాలిఫోర్నియా, బర్క్లీ, అదే మరి ఇంకో పక్కన స్టాన్ఫోర్డ్ యూనివర్సిటీ, ఈ రెండు కలిపి ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీతో ఒక ఎంఓయూ చేశారు. అందులో స్మార్ట్ సిటీస్ పైన వాళ్ళు గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియాకి రిపోర్ట్ ఇవ్వడం కానీ అసిస్ట్ చేయడానికి పెద్ద ఎత్తున వర్కౌట్ చేస్తున్నారు. అదే సమయంలో ఇక్కడ ఒక సెంటర్ పెట్టారు. సెంటర్ ఫర్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ కింద ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ, యూనివర్సిటీ ఆఫ్ కాలిఫోర్నియా బర్క్లీ అండ్ ఆల్సో స్టాన్ఫోర్డ్ యూనివర్సిటీ మూడు కలిపి సెంటర్ ఫర్ ఇన్నోవేషన్ని ప్రమోట్ చేస్తున్నారు. దీనివల్ల చాలా మంచి ఫలితాలు వస్తాయి. నా ఆలోచన ఒకటే, విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి అంటే శ్రీకాకుళం నుంచి మనకు నెల్లూరు వరకు, అటు కర్నూలు వరకు ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ఎక్కువ రావాలని, క్రియేటివిటీ ఎక్కువ రావాలని, ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలు ఎక్కువ రావాలని చెప్పి ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. దీనికి అవసరమైతే ఇప్పటికే CII ఒక ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూరల్ స్కిల్స్ని ప్రమోట్ చేయడానికి ఒక ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ పెట్టడానికి కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చారు. అది కూడా అమరావతిలో పెట్టడానికి ముందుకు వచ్చారు. ల్యాండ్ అలాట్ చేస్తాని వాళ్ళు కూడా స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఇవన్నీ కూడా స్టార్ట్ అయినప్పుడు ఒక వన్ ఆఫ్ ది బెస్ట్ ఎకో సిస్టమ్ క్రియేట్ చేయడానికి అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఈరోజు వచ్చిన పెట్టుబడులు కూడా మీరు చూస్తే చాలా వరకు ఈ పెట్టుబడులన్నీ కూడా ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేషన్కి దోహదం చేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తూ ఉంది. ఎక్కడైతే ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ బాగుంటే అక్కడ పెట్టుబడులు కూడా చాలా బాగా వస్తున్నాయి. ఈరోజు ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో నెల్లూరు, అదే మరిగా చిత్తూరు, చెన్నై ఒక ట్రై ఇండస్ట్రియల్ జంక్షన్ కింద తయారు చేశాం. ఎందుకంటే 3 పోర్ట్లు వస్తాయి, 3 ఎయిర్పోర్ట్లు వస్తాయి, శ్రీ సిటీ ఇప్పటికే ఉంది, వన్ ఆఫ్ ది బెస్ట్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ ఉంది. దానివల్ల ఈరోజు చూసి తిరుపతిలో హార్డ్వేర్ కానీ, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ కానీ, నెల్లూరులో కృష్ణపట్నం కానీ, అదే మరి ఇంకో పక్క శ్రీ సిటీ వన్ ఆఫ్ ది బెస్ట్ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ వల్ల ఎక్కువ కంపెనీలు వస్తున్నాయి. అదే మరి ఇంకొక క్లస్టర్ విశాఖపట్నాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకుని విశాఖపట్నం అప్ టు శ్రీకాకుళం ఈ ప్రాంతం అంతా కూడా క్లస్టర్గా తయారు చేస్తున్నాం. ఇంకొక క్లస్టరు కాకినాడ 2 పోర్ట్లు వస్తాయి. విశాఖపట్నం అయితే ఇక్కడ ఒక పోర్ట్ వస్తుంది, భావనపాడులో ఇంకొక పోర్ట్ వస్తుంది, కొత్త ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ వస్తుంది. వన్ ఆఫ్ ది బెస్ట్ క్లస్టర్గా తయారయ్యే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఇది కాకుండా మళ్ళీ కాకినాడ 2 పోర్ట్లు వస్తున్నాయి. డ్రెడ్జింగ్ కార్పొరేషన్ ముందుకు వచ్చారు. 4,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఖర్చు పెట్టి అంతర్వేదిలో వాళ్ళు ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ పెడుతున్నారు. పక్కన నర్సాపూర్ పోర్ట్ని డెవలప్ చేయాలని చెప్పి ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఇవన్నీ కలిపితే వన్ ఆఫ్ ది బెస్ట్ క్లస్టర్గా తయారయ్యే అవకాశం ఉంది. ఇంకో క్లస్టర్ కింద అమరావతి, అటు చూస్తే మచిలీపట్నం, ఇంకో పక్కన ఓడరేవు, ఇవన్నీ బ్యూటిఫుల్గా డెవలప్ అయ్యే అవకాశం ఉంటుంది. ఇది కాకుండా ఇంకో క్లస్టర్ కింద కూడా ఏదైతే కర్నూలు, అనంతపూర్, బెంగళూరు ఆ కారిడార్ అంతా కూడా తీసుకోవాలనుకుంటున్నాం. ఈరోజు నేను ఊహించిన దానికంటే కూడా ఎక్కువ రెస్పాన్స్ వచ్చింది. మొదటి మనం ఒకసారి ఆలోచిస్తే కొత్త రాష్ట్రం, ఇంకా సమస్యలు ఉన్నాయి, కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ లెవెల్ ఏ విధంగా ఉంటుందనుకుంటే బ్రహ్మాండమైన కాన్ఫిడెన్స్తో ముందుకు వచ్చారు. దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం ఈ ప్రభుత్వం పైన నమ్మకం, వ్యక్తిగతంగా నా పైన కూడా ఒక నమ్మకంతో చాలామంది ముందుకు రావడం జరిగింది. రెండోది ఇక్కడ ఇన్హరెంట్ స్ట్రెంగ్త్ ఉంది మనకు. ఆ ఇన్హరెంట్ స్ట్రెంగ్త్ మనం చూస్తే సీ కోస్ట్, రెండోది మినరల్ వెల్త్, అదే మరి వాటర్ రిసోర్సెస్, అన్నింటికంటే మించి బ్రహ్మాండమైనటువంటి క్రియేటివ్ పీపుల్ ఉన్నారు. అది ఒక బ్యూటిఫుల్, మనం ఆలోచిస్తే ఎక్కడా లేనటువంటి ఒక ఎకో సిస్టమ్ ఇక్కడ తయారయ్యేదానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. ఎప్పుడైతే మనం పిలిపించామో ఒక వేదిక కింద డిస్కషన్ మొదలుపెట్టాము. చాలా వరకు ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ విత్ ఇన్ ది స్టేట్ కానీ, అదే మరిగా దేశం మొత్తం కానీ, ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ కూడా ఆసక్తి చూపించే పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది. 41 కంట్రీస్ నుంచి ఈరోజు డెలిగేషన్స్ వచ్చాయి. 41 కంట్రీస్ మంత్రులు కూడా వచ్చారు. అదే మరి చాలామంది కార్పొరేట్ జైంట్స్ కూడా వచ్చారు. ఇదొక శుభ పరిణామం, ఇదొక ప్రారంభం. తప్పకుండా నాకు అనుమానం లేదు, భవిష్యత్తులో ఇండస్ట్రీస్ బాగా డెవలప్ అయితే సర్వీస్ సెక్టర్ కూడా పికప్ అవుతుంది. ఇప్పుడిప్పుడే హార్డ్వేర్ అయితే కంట్రీలోనే మనం నెంబర్ 1లో ఉన్నాం, భవిష్యత్తులో కూడా ఉంటాం. దానికి చాలామంది బాగా హెల్ప్ చేశారు, వాళ్ళందరికీ అభినందనలు. ఇప్పుడైతే చిత్తూరు నుంచి గురువు అయితే చాలా పట్టుదలతో తిరుపతిని హార్డ్వేర్ హబ్ చేయాలని చెప్పే ఉద్దేశంతో ఆయన పెట్టడమే కాకుండా మిగిలిన అందరం తీసుకొచ్చాడు. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఒక రియాలిటీగా తయారయ్యే పరిస్థితి వచ్చింది. ఫాక్స్కాన్ కూడా మళ్ళీ ఈరోజు ఇంకొక అగ్రిమెంట్ చేశారు శ్రీ సిటీలో. దానివల్ల రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఒక 8,000 10,000 మందికి ఇంకొక 3-4 నెలల్లోనే ఉద్యోగాలు వస్తాయి. రాబోయే 5 సంవత్సరాల్లో ఒక్క శ్రీ సిటీ బేస్ చేసుకుని 3 లక్షల మందికి ఉద్యోగాలు రావాలని చెప్పి ఒక ప్రణాళిక తయారు చేశాం. దాన్ని చేయడానికి కూడా ఫాక్స్కాన్ ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు. ఇది కాకుండా మళ్ళీ అమరావతిలో కూడా పెట్టుబడులు పెట్టడానికి వారు ముందుకు వస్తున్నారు. ఆ ప్రాజెక్టు కూడా డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఈ విధంగా ఓవరాల్గా చూస్తే పాజిటివ్గా ఉంది, ఎంకరేజింగ్గా ఉంది. ఇప్పుడే నేను చూస్తే కొంతమంది ప్రాజెక్టు పెట్టాలని ఆలోచించడమే కాకుండా పార్ట్నర్షిప్ కానీ అదే టెక్నాలజీ కూడా టైప్ చేసుకొని వచ్చారు. ఐ రియల్లీ అప్రిషియేట్ దెమ్. ఈరోజు టెక్నాలజీస్ అవైలబుల్. అదే మరిగా మీరు ఏదైనా ఒక ఇండస్ట్రీ పెట్టాలనుకుంటే బెస్ట్ టెక్నాలజీ కూడా వస్తే చాలా బాగుంటుంది, అది సక్సెస్ కూడా ఈజీగా అవుతుంది. అలాంటివి కూడా చేశారు. ఇది ఒక శుభ పరిణామం. ఇంత మునుపైతే ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్స్ పెద్దగా మన రాష్ట్రంలో లేరు. 95 కంటే ముందు చాలామంది వ్యవసాయంపైనే ఆధారపడేవాళ్ళు. ఆ రోజు నేను ఆలోచించి ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్స్ని పెద్ద ఎత్తున ప్రమోట్ చేయాలని 95లో నేను ఇదే మరి మీటింగ్లు పెట్టాను, CII మీటింగ్లు పెట్టాం. ఇంటర్నేషనల్గా ఎక్కడ పోయినా వీళ్ళందరినీ డెలిగేట్స్ తీసుకెళ్ళాం, నెట్వర్కింగ్ సెషన్స్ పెట్టాం. అదే మాదిరిగా రాష్ట్రంలోనే కాకుండా దేశంలో కూడా తిప్పాం. దానివల్ల పెద్ద పెద్ద కంపెనీలు ఎమర్జ్ అయినాయి, చాలామంది ముందుకు వచ్చారు. ఈరోజు నేను ఆలోచించేది మళ్ళా ఒక పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఆంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్స్ని ప్రమోట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం మన రాష్ట్రంలో ఉంది. దానికి బీజం వేశాం. భవిష్యత్తులో ఇంకా పెద్ద ఎత్తున అభివృద్ధి అవుతుంది. ఏ ఫీల్డ్ తీసుకున్న అవకాశాలు బోల్డన్ని అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో అగ్రో ప్రాసెసింగ్ తీసుకున్నా, ఫుడ్ ప్రాసెసింగ్ తీసుకుంటే చాలా అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. డైరీ, ఫిషరీస్ అయితే విపరీతమైన అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకో పక్క హౌసింగ్ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్ ఇస్ ఎ బిగ్ సెక్టర్. ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో కూడా చాలా అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకో పక్క స్పోర్ట్స్లో అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. స్మార్ట్ సిటీస్ గురించి ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. అదే మరి అమరావతి ఉంది. అర్బనైజేషన్లో చాలా అవకాశాలు వచ్చే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. ఇవన్నీ విజువలైజ్ చేసుకొని మినరల్ బేస్డ్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్ కూడా చాలా అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇవన్నీ బేస్ చేసుకొని ఏ విధంగా చేయాలో చేయడం కోసం ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. రెండో రోజైతే బాగా జరిగింది. ఇందులో భాగస్వాములైన ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందిస్తున్నాం, ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇది ఇంకా ముందుకు పోవడం కోసం ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ సహకరించాల్సిందిగా మరొకసారి అందరినీ కోరుకుంటున్నాం. ఎనీ డౌట్స్? మీడియా? Okay, good. We'll meet tomorrow.